Chapter 117. P.S. Thank you to 121104163225356 for your tip. The wonderful atmosphere with the beautiful women in his arms suddenly disappeared when the door of the private room was slammed open. Lin Fei and Luo Tian's cups stopped in midair. Obviously, they did not expect that when they were drunk, someone would barge in from the outside. From the looks of it, it seemed to be an acquaintance. This was a rather irritating matter. Luo Tian's face immediately fell. As the third young master of the brothers' gang, he could not be considered as a tyrant in Gue Yuan City, but at least no one dared to provoke him. Just when he was in high spirits, he was interrupted. Luo Tian was like a lit firecracker, releasing his own prestige. "Get out!" Luo Tian stood up with a whoosh. His huge body was like a small mountain rising from the ground. It was quite majestic. The beautiful madam in front was so scared that her face turned pale. She never thought that such a thing would happen during the day. On one side was a family disciple, and on the other side was the third young master of the brothers' gang. No matter which side was offended, their fragrance house would not have a good future. In the future, they still needed to rely on them, so they must not be offended. Without waiting for the madam to open her mouth, someone else had already spoken. "Fatty Luo, did you drink too much? You dare to ask us to go out? Open your dog eyes and take a good look at who we are." The white-robed man standing in front opened the folding fan in his hand and used a condescending tone to look at Fatty Luo Tian disdainfully. His posture was not just an ordinary one. Indeed, Luo Tian had drunk too much. Today, he was in a good mood, and with the addition of alcohol, it was unknown why he was so direct. He angrily scolded, "Li Qingfeng, you bastard. Don't think that just because you are from the Li family, this fat lord will be afraid of you. If you have the guts, come and try." The brothers' gang has never been afraid of anything. Lin Fei had been watching. After drinking a mouthful of strong liquor, he discovered that his friend's temper was quite fierce. He faintly exuded a murderous aura. Obviously, he was also a person who had killed before. After not coming back for 5 years, Lin Fei knew too few people. He couldn't even see the acquaintances in his memories. Instead, they were all people who came later, and their tone was unusually arrogant. Thinking about how the Lin family was no longer powerful, it seemed to be normal for such a situation to occur. It seemed normal for them to be arrogant. "Fatty, you don't have to pretend to be powerful anymore. It's not as good as it was in the past. Your brother's gang doesn't have the support of the Lin family. Look at you now. Who still thinks that you're the third young master of the brothers' gang? Sooner or later, our Black Bear gang will destroy your brother's gang." This time, it wasn't Li Qingfeng who spoke, but rather another long-haired disciple. He wasn't a member of the Li family, but rather a young master of another gang. He could be considered an enemy of the Brotherhood gang, Jin Wuya. In Gue Yuan City, there were many powers. Among them, there were also the existence of gangs. Gangs were attached to clans. Existences like the Extreme Dojo were extremely rare and could be considered as an unconventional existence. "Damn Fatty, get out of the pavilion of fragrances. My family's young master doesn't want to see people like you. Take advantage of the fact that our young master Jean hasn't gotten angry yet and quickly get out of here." The few followers behind coldly spoke. In their opinion, the brothers' gang's development wasn't as good as it was in the past. Their power hadn't increased, so there was nothing to worry about. On the contrary, their Black Bear gang's power was constantly expanding, gradually suppressing the brothers' gang. Sooner or later, the brothers' gang would be destroyed. Li Qingfeng was quite satisfied. Originally, he wanted to see who would dare to buy all the beautiful girls. He didn't expect it to be Fatty Luo from the brothers' gang. Coincidentally, the Li family was very dissatisfied with the brothers' gang. Previously, they wanted to recruit them to become a subsidiary force of the family. However, the leader of the brothers' gang had repeatedly refused. If the brothers' gang didn't agree, then he would humiliate them. Li Qingfeng's thinking was very simple. "Fatty, why do you care about them?" Just as Luo Tian's anger reached its limit, a hand reached out and pushed him back to his seat. It was Lin Fei, who hadn't said a word. Even though Lin Fei had only wanted to settle old matters, when he heard those words, he was smart and immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that it was because of him that a series of things had happened. Adding on the things that had happened in the depths of his memory, Fatty Luo's words were clearly because of the stupid things he had done in the past. Lin Fei felt that he had to do something. Jin Wuya had always been Li Qingfeng's follower. Today, he had invited Li Qingfeng over because there were a few more beautiful girls in the Pavilion of Fragrances. In the end, all the girls had been bought by someone else. Jin Wuya immediately felt that he couldn't keep his face any longer. That was why the scene in front of him had appeared. "Brat, who allowed you to speak?" Jin Wuya frowned. His gaze was like a knife as it landed on Lin Fei's body. "Get the hell out here. Is this a place for you to sit?" "You." Just as Fatty Luo was about to speak, he discovered that Lin Fei had actually moved. After the Black Bear Gang had curried favor with the Li family, as the young master, Jin Wuya's confidence grew by the day. In Gui Yuan City, other than the limited powers that he couldn't provoke, he didn't care about anything else. With the Li family as his backing, there was nothing to worry about. When he saw that this brat dared to butt in, he could use it to vent his anger. He believed that Fatty Luo wouldn't dare to do anything because he didn't have the guts. How could the third young master compete with the Li family? Cough, cough. Lin Fei's movement technique was like a ghost as he suddenly appeared in front of Jin Wuya. His delicate palm reached out and grabbed Jin Wuya's throat. No matter what, Jin Wuya was at the 6th layer of the martial path. Before he could even react, he was unable to use his profound qi. What was even more unexpected was that the delicate young master raised his hand and sent a slap over. "You dare!" A sharp pain spread through Jin Wuya's body. His face burned with pain, and a mouthful of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Jin Wuya was stunned. He, the dignified young master of the Black Bear Gang, had been hit by someone. "Just now, you said that you wanted to exterminate the Brothers Gang?" A cold voice filled with hostility swarmed over. Young Master Jin was like a little chick as he fell into Lin Fei's hands. He struggled with all his might, but the other party had grabbed his throat, making it hard for him to breathe. "Quickly let me go, or else the Brothers Gang won't be able to protect you." With the Li family's disciples here, Jin Wuya had nothing to worry about. No matter who this guy was, even if the Brothers Gang's boss was here, he wouldn't care. The Li family was a big tree that the Brothers Gang wouldn't dare to offend even if they were beaten to death. Furthermore, the current situation was different. If the Brothers Gang had the foresight, they would definitely choose a new path instead of attacking. Unexpectedly, Jin Wuya met Lin Fei. Pa pa pa. Chapter 118. P.S. Thanks to book friend 121104163225356 for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Lin Fei's movements were too fast, so fast that no one could react in time. By the time everyone reacted, the dignified Black Bear Gang's young master, Jin Wuya, had been violently slapped. His face had turned into a pig's head. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth, making him look extremely miserable. By the time they came back to their senses, they were somewhat apprehensive. This was especially so for Jin Wuya's followers. Seeing that their young master had been captured, they immediately hesitated and didn't dare to go forward. However, their murderous gazes, if they could kill someone who knew how many times Lin Fei would have been killed. Right now, other than staring helplessly, there was nothing they could do. "If you dare to open your mouth again, I don't mind knocking out all your teeth. I think a toothless young master must be very interesting." The mocking voice was accompanied by an almost tangible, baleful aura. Jin Wuya tactfully shut his mouth. Unable to use his Xian Qi, it was like a tiger losing its claws, no longer dangerous. "Sir, don't you think you've gone too far?" Li Qingfeng didn't expect that there would be someone in Gui Yuan City who would be so courageous to dare to beat up the young master of the Black Bear Gang in front of him. Although their relationship wasn't very deep, the entire Gui Yuan City knew that the Black Bear Gang was a subsidiary force of the Li family. Who would dare to offend them? But today there was someone who was extremely daring, beating up his little brother in front of him. He could not swallow this anger. especially the person in front of him. He was unfamiliar with him. It was obvious that he had just arrived. If it was someone else, with a background and power, Li Qingfeng might have some apprehension. But now it was just an outdated brothers gang and an unfamiliar brat. If he did not let this anger out, it would be equivalent to attacking the Li family's reputation. Lin Fei single-handedly grabbed Jin Wuya's throat, as if he was holding a piece of wood. He did not give him any face. Who do you think you are? Why should I give you face? Back then, when I came out, you brat, you were still playing in the mud in some mountain ravine. This was too satisfying. When did Lin Fei become so daring? Luo Tian, who had been pressed down, seemed to have seen something inconceivable. He could not imagine that Lin Fei would be so violent, and it was as if the scene from back then had replayed itself. If it weren't for the fact that there were other people present, Luo Tian wouldn't mind letting out a long roar. The way he looked at Lin Fei was gradually filled with admiration. Li Qingfeng's face immediately fell. As one of the direct descendants of the Li clan, he was considered as the #1 figure in Gui Yuan City. Even the declining Lin family didn't dare to yell at him like this. "Kid, you've got guts." These words were spoken by Li Qingfeng while gnashing his teeth. If it was said that he only wanted to humiliate them before, but now his heart was filled with anger. No matter what, he would not let this unfamiliar brat off lightly. "I'm curious, who exactly are you? How dare you not put the Li family in your heart?" No one has ever dared to provoke the Li family in Gui Yuan City. The fact that Lin Fei dared to make a move meant that he had considered everything. Of course, part of it was because of Fatty Luo, but most of it was because of the current situation. Lin Fei shook his head. "Who I am is not important. Whether I have a background or not, it has nothing to do with me. What's important is that you have to apologize to us for what happened just now." Li Qingfeng smiled. Even Jin Wuya, who was caught, squeezed out a smile. In Gui Yuan City, the number of people who dared to make the Li family apologize could be counted with one's fingers. This kid must have eaten the guts of a leopard and was tired of living. Things had already reached this point. Luo Tian didn't dare to open his mouth. The angry Lin Fei made him feel a sense of danger. "You want me to apologize?" Li Qingfeng laughed coldly. He looked at Lin Fei as if he was looking at a fool. "This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. You dare to ask a member of the Li clan to apologize? Brat, you're too inexperienced." Lin Fei's mouth curved into a smile. "That's not necessarily true." Pung. Jin Wuya instantly felt himself being flung out. His vision blurred, and it was as though a human silhouette had disappeared without a trace. Following which, the sound of someone kneeling could be heard. At the entrance, the few people who were originally there were now lying on the ground. Li Qingfeng, who was the person involved, was kneeling on the ground. Cracks spread out like a spider web. These cracks were caused by the strong impact, and this scene happened in an instant. The madam was so scared that she sat paralyzed on the ground. This wasn't an ordinary loss of composure. No matter what, she couldn't imagine such an unforeseen event. Today, a direct descendant of the Li family was kneeling in front of Fragrance House. Lin Fei stood there casually, with one hand grabbing Li Qingfeng's head. How could Li Qingfeng block Lin Fei, who had godly strength? If it was in another place, this claw would have crushed his head in front of everyone. There was no need to doubt if Lin Fei had the ability to do so. "Can you apologize now?" Li Qingfeng knelt on the ground. The pain from his knees clearly reminded him that he had actually knelt in front of an unfamiliar brat. "Brat, you're dead meat." Li Qingfeng gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Fei with hatred, as if he was looking at his father's murderer. At the same time, Jin Wuya climbed up in a sorry state. When he saw the Li family's disciple kneeling on the ground, he was immediately scared out of his wits. "Fatty Luo, hurry up and tell your friend to stop." Lin Fei shook his head again. "Is it so hard to apologize? It seems like the Li family only has this much ability. I'm really disappointed." Little did he know that kneeling down to apologize was a huge humiliation. If Li Qingfeng really apologized, even if he returned to the Li family, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in the future. Unless his strength continued to improve by leaps and bounds, there would be no hope of changing the situation. Li Qingfeng would never agree to an apology. Right now, the only thing Li Qingfeng wanted to do was to chop this brat into pieces to vent his anger. No matter what background this brat came from. Apologize? Don't even think about it. You'd better let me go now. Once the people from the Li family arrive, I can guarantee that you'll be in a very, very miserable state. Lin Fei exerted force in his hand, and Li Qingfeng instantly felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. The floorboards on the ground cracked once more, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from Li Qingfeng's body. Li Qingfeng's body contorted continuously, and his face contorted in extreme pain. Can you apologize now? Lin Fei's indifferent voice rang out in the private room again. However, to Li Qingfeng, this voice was no less than the voice of the devil. Fortunately, at this moment, another voice rang out. Chapter 119. P.S. Thanks again to bookfriend 121-104-163225356 for the 588 Chidian coins tip and becoming an apprentice. Thank you for your support. The sudden sound came from afar and drew near. The first to react was none other than Li Qingfeng. His expression instantly changed, turning into a look of hatred. Brat, you're dead today. So much nonsense. Li Qingfeng's body once again emitted a muffled groan. It turned out that in this instant, Lin Fei had once again unleashed his power. However, in the next moment, Li Qingfeng and Jin Wuya seemed to have thought of something. Especially Li Qingfeng, it was as if he had seen something inconceivable. The corners of his eyes kept twitching as he looked at Lin Fei in shock. You're Lin Fei from back then. If it was an ordinary person, Li Qingfeng and the others would not be worried. There was no one in Gui Yuan City that they would not dare to offend. But no matter what, he didn't expect to encounter Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, he was defeated by Lin Fei. He couldn't help but recall what he heard before. When he heard that Zhang Wansong's left arm was crippled, he didn't pay much attention to it. The third young master of the Lin family was just a piece of trash. How powerful could he be? Maybe it was his follower who made a move and was replaced by that trash Lin Fei. But now, he knew he was wrong. His only hope now was for someone to teach Lin Fei a lesson. Li Qingfeng could accept it. Jin Wuya had been arrogant in the past, but now he was so scared that his hands and feet went soft, as if he couldn't believe that the trash from the Lin family, Lin Fei, would actually run into him here. He had even been beaten into a pig's head. Their Black Bear gang was expanding, and they could ignore many other powers. But this Lin family was something he didn't dare to offend. Even if the Lin family's strength was not as good as it was in the past, it was still bigger than a starving camel. It was not something that the Black Bear gang could covet. This young master Jin Wuya was indeed scared out of his wits. No matter how useless Lin Fei was, he was still the third young master of the Lin family. His status was noble, not something a young master of a gang like him could compare to. At this time, he was even glad that Lin Fei had only whipped him and not killed him. If he had really done that, the Black Bear gang could only grit their teeth and swallow in their stomachs, not even daring to retaliate. This was the difference between families and gangs. After hearing the sound outside the door, Luo Tian's expression changed slightly. He hurried over and said in a low voice, Huang Long, bad news. They must be here. Lin Fei frowned. He could clearly see a trace of uncertainty in Fatty Luo, as if the person who had just spoken had a very powerful background. He asked casually, Fatty, you seem to have become less courageous after not seeing you for a few years. Could it be that the person who came as a big shot? If it was during normal times, Luo Tian would have already used the 36 stratagems to escape, but now that Lin Fei was helping him, even though they had not seen each other for a few years, Luo Tian did not give up on Lin Fei as a friend. Therefore, he had to make things clear first. Lin Fei, in these 5 years that you were not here, our Gui Yuan City has produced 4 young masters. Each of them are tyrannical in strength. In these 5 years, the most famous person in our Gui Yuan City should be one of the 4 young masters, Li Yuan, a member of the Li family. Lin Fei was slightly surprised. In these 5 years, there were actually 4 young masters. When he was here, there were no 4 young masters. Now that there were 4 young masters, it seemed very interesting. 4 young masters, their reputation is quite big. Lin Fei smiled and said, I want to see how powerful they are. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to deal with this Li family disciple. But now that there were 4 young masters, their status was different. Lin Fei was even more interested. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Luo Tian swallowed back the words he wanted to say. He firmly said, Huang Long, this matter is all because this Master Fatty did not do a good job. If they dare to do anything, this Master Fatty will definitely rush to the front. When this Master Fatty is angry, no one is afraid. Lin Fei could see that these words were completely from the bottom of Fatty Luo's heart. He was a good friend. In the future, Lin Fei could help him and become his arm. Don't worry, I am here. The 4 young masters are only SOSO. If they really dare to do anything, this master will be the first to cripple them. Lin Fei laughed. Luo Tian did not think so. He had already made up his mind to not let anything happen to Lin Fei, no matter what. The conversation between them was very fast. The people outside walked in and stood at the door. Their complicated gazes fell on Li Qingfeng's body. Brother Yuan, you came at the right time. Quickly, teach that bastard Lin Fei a lesson. When the people at the door appeared, Li Qingfeng, who was originally kneeling on the ground, finally found someone to rely on. It seemed that if he met Lin Fei, he would be unlucky. Crack, crack. It hurts. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingfeng felt a sharp pain all over his body. He truly experienced what it felt like to be pressed down by Mount Tai. He could not help but let out a blood-curdling scream, which made everyone's hair stand on end. Lin Fei, in any case, you're the 3rd young master of the Lin family. You are humiliating our Li family. What are your intentions? Li Yuan had a scholarly appearance and did not look arrogant at all. This made people have a good impression of him. However, those who knew him understood that Li Yuan was not as simple as he looked. In private, everyone gave Li Yuan the nickname of Black Gentleman, which was used to highlight Li Yuan's ruthlessness. If Li Yuan did not happen to pass by, he would not know that the 3rd young master of the Lin family dared to make a move on their Li family. Even if it was a direct descendant of the Li family, it was not something that anyone could humiliate. This time, the people who came with Li Yuan, other than him, who was one of the 4 young masters, the rest were 2nd or 3rd-rate young masters. Their strength was not bad, and they belonged to the same circle. Of course, Li Yuan was the leader. Lin Fei did not let go, and lightly said, I have not seen you for a few years. Your Li family's courage is getting bigger and bigger. This uncle is having a meal here, and your Li family broke in. You asked this uncle, what are your intentions? This uncle wants to ask, does your Li family treat Gui Yuan City as your home, daring to break into any place? Don't look at how Lin Fei liked to make a move. Now that he had grasped the reason, there was no escape from the word reason, especially for families like theirs. Whoever had the reason would have the advantage. When these words came out, Li Yuan cursed in his heart. Li Qingfeng, you are really worthless. If not for the fact that they were in a critical moment, they might not be afraid of the Lin family. Right now, they cannot cause any trouble. When this brat Lin Fei came back, he crippled Zhang Wansong's left arm in front of everyone. This matter had already spread like wildfire within the family. As one of the 4 young masters, Li Yuan did not put Lin Fei in his heart. But today, he discovered that Lin Fei was much more cunning than he was 5 years ago. He knew how to grasp the reason, especially with such a big hat on him. If Li Yuan dared to admit it, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Lin Fei, you're that shameful piece of trash from 5 years ago. Li Yuan did not speak, but a young man walked out from below. His whole body was filled with an evil aura. He squinted at Lin Fei, and his tone was not ordinary. Who are you? Chapter 120. P.S. Thanks again to bookfriend 121104163225356 for the 100 Chidian coins tip. A stranger walked out. Even if he was hostile, Lin Fei didn't care. This time, His goal was very simple. He wanted to change the current situation of Yuan City, especially after understanding the current situation. There was nothing to worry about when children were fighting. Lin Fei didn't have any worries. The events of the past 5 years had more or less affected the development of the Lin family. This had become a big inner demon in his heart. If he didn't deal with this inner demon, in case something happened in the future, Lin Fei didn't dare to think that he could deal with it. Even if he relied on the system to level up, he had to guard against inner demons. Luo Tian suddenly approached and said to Lin Fei, "Hold on, be careful of this guy. This kid's family is the strongest challenger of your Lin family. If your Lin family loses this time, their family will replace your position." Lin Fei finally understood why this guy was so hostile. He was eyeing the current position of the Lin family. No, it should be the benefits and territory brought by the current position. Lin Fei wasn't very clear about the family's problems. As someone who came from Earth, he more or less knew about the family's problems, especially the once every 5 years competition. In fact, it was a competition to divide the benefits and territory. At this point, Lin Fei was very clear. What family? Beigong family, a family that rose in the past 5 years. Currently, the one with the most strength to challenge your Lin family is a direct descendant of the Beigong family, Beigong Wuqing. As a direct descendant of the Beigong family, Beigong Wuqing was also an arrogant person in Yuan City, especially under the premise that the Beigong family could replace the Lin family's position. He was even more arrogant and overbearing. "You trash. If you have the ability, say it again. If I don't teach you a lesson, I, your father, will write my surname Beigong upside down." Beigong Wuqing did not take Lin Fei seriously. He had the strength of the 7th firmament of the martial path. Li Qingfeng, who was kneeling on the ground, could not compare to him. Li Yuan was one of the 4 great young dukes. As a disciple of the major clan, and also one of the 4 great young dukes, he didn't care about Jin Wuya or Beigong at all. In his eyes, Beigong and Lin Fei were nothing more than trash. His eyes narrowed. He couldn't wait for Beigong and Lin Fei to fight. As for Li Qingfeng, who was kneeling on the ground, he was simply throwing away the face of his clan. Since he was already kneeling on the ground, he didn't mind kneeling for a while longer. Lin Fei laughed, then turned to Luo Tian and said, "Fatty, do you think there's something wrong with this guy's head?" Luo Tian didn't understand at first, but in the next second, he laughed out loud. His movements were extremely exaggerated, almost as if he was holding his stomach and laughing. "Ha ha, this kid's hearing must be bad. I'd better go home and find a doctor. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if he became deaf." Beigong Wuqing's face immediately became very ugly. In Yuan City, their Beigong family currently had the most power to replace the Lin family's position. Even before it started, there were already many clans that came to curry favor with them. Naturally, this caused the disciples of the Beigong family to become arrogant. "The two of you have some guts, especially you damn Fatty. Without the help of the Lin family, I'd like to see how you brothers can survive." Beigong Wuqing was burning with anger. He pointed at Luo Tian and then at Lin Fei, not minding to shed all pretense of cordiality. "Third young master Lin, I heard that you taught Zhang Wansong a lesson a few days ago. I'm really curious about what kind of strength of trash like you have to teach Zhang Wansong a lesson. I, Beigong, would like to see it for myself." This was clearly Beigong Wuqing's anger. Of course, it wasn't as simple as being angry. Their Beigong family wanted to take over the Lin family's current position. If they could humiliate the 3rd young master of the Lin family in public today, it would be equivalent to raising the prestige of the Beigong family. They would have the chance to trample on the Lin family and prove to everyone that a direct descendant of the Beigong family could trample on the young master of the Lin family. Don't think that all the family disciples were idiots. Coincidentally, Beigong Wuqing was one of the smarter ones. He wouldn't stand up for nothing. Both of them were at the 7th firmament of the martial path, so Beigong Wuqing wasn't worried. As long as he could trample on Lin Fei, he would definitely impress the elders of the family and obtain more cultivation resources. When Li Yuan heard this, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. He was clearly unhappy. He originally wanted to let them fight out, but after a while, he realized that he had miscalculated and actually lost such a good opportunity. The Lin family was not as good as it was in the past. If he could trample on them now, the reputation of the four great young masters might even rise and suppress the other three young masters. Li Yuan regretted it. He really regretted missing such a good opportunity. Want to trample on me? No way. Lin Fei wasn't the previous Lin Fei, who was a stubborn person. I don't spar with ordinary people. Lin Fei flatly refused. Bei Gong Wuqing sneered, his smile filled with disdain. You probably don't dare. Maybe you didn't defeat Zhang Wansong? Lin Fei shook his head, not showing any anger. You wanted to spar with me, but why would I want to spar with you? You should know that I'm a very busy person. I'm someone who earns thousands of silvers every second. How would I have time to spar with you? Li Yuan, Bei Gong Wuqing, and the others were speechless. What kind of person was this third young master of the Lin family? Did he think he was a businessman? How dare he spend thousands of silvers every second? He wanted a wager. They immediately understood why the Lin family was unwilling to make a move. This brat was too cunning. Bei Gong Wuqing naturally didn't want to miss such a rare opportunity. If he defeated Lin Fei, he would definitely reach the heavens in a single step. Even if he couldn't, his status in the family would definitely rise. Moreover, he knew beforehand that Lin Fei had always been a cultivation waste. For 5 years, he had been stuck at low-level martial arts. His strength had only improved by leaps and bounds recently, so he wasn't worried at all. Bei Gong Wuqing fished out 2 silver notes and tossed them on the table. Here's 1,000 silvers. Are you satisfied now? In his opinion, it was enough. Lin Fei looked at him disdainfully. I'm the third young master of the Lin family. Do you think 1,000 silvers will make me fight? I don't like this thing. If you can't bring out anything good, I'm leaving. Bei Gong Wuqing was so angry that he laughed. Third young master Lin, since you say so, if I don't bring out something good, it won't be right. I wonder what this thing is like. Bei Gong Wuqing didn't move, but another item appeared on the table. The crowd was in an uproar. Bei Gong Wuqing introduced it unhurriedly. This is a third-level talisman, the True Yang Fire Talisman. It's the True Yang celestial qi left behind by a fire-type, profound practitioner. Once it's used, anyone below the 7th level of martial arts can't withstand a single blow. What do you think of this? Third young master Lin. Don't you want to bring out a corresponding item? Bei Gong Wuqing counterattacked. However, just as he finished speaking, another voice came from outside. Chapter 121. P.S. Thank you, Peach Blossom 1 Gige, for your 588 Chidian coins tip. Recently, the updates have been unstable. Sorry to all my booksellers. Bei Gong Wuqing took out the 3rd-level fire charm with the intention of showing off and telling everyone that the Bei Gong family had the power to replace the Lin family and also had plenty of good stuff in their hands. This would increase the Bei Gong family's prestige and at the same time humiliate the Lin family. He didn't believe that Lin Fei could take out anything good. In the Xintian continent, talismans were a special kind of existence. Practitioners could create them, and the fire charm was one of them. It contained a practitioner's attack power. A 3rd-level fire charm was indeed worthy of jealousy. If it was put up for auction, it would be worth at least tens of thousands of silver. Bei Gong Wuqing was in the middle of showing off when a sudden scene broke the atmosphere. He turned around and couldn't help but say, "Who is it? Get the hell out here." Slap, slap. Before the crowd could react, they saw a figure flash by, and a crisp sound rang out. When they looked again, they saw 2 bright red palms on both sides of Bei Gong Wuqing's face. Evidently, he had just been slapped twice. Bei Gong kid, when did your mouth become so smelly? Bei Gong Wuqing was in a daze. His face turned green and then red. He was about to say something when 3 people walked in from the hallway. Bei Gong Wuqing was stunned again. Mutant, things are a bit troublesome. The other 2 of the 4 young masters are here. Luo Tian's face suddenly changed. The one who attacked just now was Zhang Qian of the Zhang family, the leader of the 4 young masters. As for the tall one behind him, he is Wu Ji of the Dojo of Limits. I didn't expect them to appear here together today. Lin Fei was slightly startled. He was quite curious. He had only been out for a day, but he had already met 3 of the 4 young masters. They belonged to 3 different forces. Things were getting interesting. Let's just wait and see. Lin Fei wasn't nervous at all. So what if they were the 4 young masters? At worst, they would just fight. Lin Fei was a fighter. Let them fight each other. Yes, you're right. The Zhang family and the Li family seem to have a good relationship, but in reality, they don't like each other. It's best if they fight each other. Luo Tian was quite angry when he said this. Zhang Qian, what is the meaning of this? Beigong Wuqing was furious, but he didn't dare to attack the young master of the Zhang family. He could only bear his resentment and demand an explanation. Zhang Qian wasn't handsome. On the contrary, he was tanned and muscular. To put it simply, his tanned face was slightly sunken. He didn't look angry, but he looked stern, giving people a lot of pressure. Nothing much, I just don't like you. Zhang Qian's words were very simple, but his tone was domineering. His underlying meaning was very simple. So what if I beat you up because I don't like you? You're just a first-rate family. If you want to go against my Zhang family, I'll destroy your Beigong family. Young Master Zhang, why are you doing this? Wuqing didn't do it on purpose. Li Yuan opened his mouth. It sounded like he was trying to dissuade them, but in reality, he was trying to increase the conflict between them. His intentions were extremely bad. Do you guys still want to bet? If not, I'm leaving. I don't have the mood to waste my time here. Lin Fei had indeed taken a fancy to the rank 3 fire talisman. This was a good thing, so he simply interrupted their conversation. He was not in a mood to waste time here. Who said I don't dare to bet? What are you going to take out? My rank 3 fire talisman is a good thing. Beigong Wuqing didn't dare to do anything to the Zhang family. He had a belly full of anger and nowhere to vent it. With Lin Fei's words, he immediately had a place to vent his anger. Who asked the Lin family to be weak now? It wouldn't be right if they didn't bully you. Lin Fei glanced at it. Your rank 3 fire talisman can only be sold for 80,000 taels of silver outside. I'll bet 80,000 taels of silver with you. With that, he took out 80,000 taels of silver and threw it on the table. There were no good things. Lin Fei didn't lack silver at the moment. 80,000 taels of silver was just right for him to take out. Everyone was slightly startled. This Lin Fei was very wealthy. He asked for 80,000 taels of silver right off the bat. Even for the 4 great young masters, it was not easy for them to take out 80,000 taels of silver. With 80,000 taels of silver on the table, Beigong Wuqing's eyes lit up. The expression a man would have when he saw a woman. As a direct descendant, it had not been easy for him to obtain this level 3 fire talisman. It had cost him almost his entire fortune. If he won against Lin Fei, these 80,000 taels of silver would be enough to alleviate his embarrassing situation. As expected of the Lin family's 3rd young master, 80,000 taels of silver, I'll bet. A rank 3 fire talisman and 80,000 taels of silver were about the same. It would be a lie if he wasn't tempted. 3rd young master Lin, do you mind if I bet as well? Zhang Qian interjected. No, it should be said that he interfered. Zhang Qian had known the 3rd young master Lin for a long time. At that time, he didn't care about this playboy. Especially after what happened, he didn't think much of him. Who would have thought that 5 years later, that little bastard Lin Fei would come back and injure someone from the Zhang family? As one of the 4 great young masters and a member of the Zhang family, he definitely had to take revenge. He learned from his clansmen that Lin Fei's strength was indeed at the 7th sky of the martial path. Due to his status, he didn't know that Lin Fei had already become an inner disciple of the divine martial gate. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. Sorry, I'm betting with Beigong Wuqing. If you want to bet, you can only bet on who wins or loses. From the moment Zhang Qian appeared, Lin Fei felt a faint murderous aura directed at him. His training in the Blackwater Mountain Range had made him more confident in his ability to capture murderous aura than others. I like this. Zhang Qian didn't expect Lin Fei to not give him face. I'll bet 100,000 taels of silver. What do you think, 3rd young master Lin? What a guy. He's trying to corner me. How could Lin Fei not see through this trick? If he lost, he definitely wouldn't be able to take out 100,000 taels of silver. At that time, he could openly cause trouble in the Lin family. At that time, no one would be able to do anything about it. Haha, if you can take out 100,000 taels of silver, I don't mind betting with you. Lin Fei looked around. I'll be the banker today. I'll eat as much as you bet. Zhang Qian taking out 100,000 taels of silver had already shocked everyone. Now that they heard Lin Fei's words, the meaning was completely different. It could be said that he was boasting shamelessly and was incomparably arrogant. Third young Master Lin. What if we win and you don't want to admit it? Some of them were tempted, but they also thought of a loophole. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Haha, if you're afraid they'll go back on my word, why don't you find a notary? I heard that young Master Wu is fair and impartial. Why don't you be the notary? Wu Ji, who had been sizing up Lin Fei, only wanted to watch a good show. He just happened to pass by and came up to take a look. He didn't expect that the brat from the Lin family would be so cunning, dragging him into this trap. Chapter 122. He got shot even though he was lying down. Wu Ji was speechless. He knew better than anyone else about the current situation in Gue Yuan City. He couldn't interfere with this whirlpool. The Extreme Dojo was an independent force. It could be said to be a neutral force. It would never step into the circle of the major forces, especially in this situation. What a good third young master of the Lin family. He's nothing like what outsiders say. With this spirit, not only will I be the notary, but I also want to see if the Lin Fei from 5 years ago is as useless as the rumors say. Thanks to third young Master Lin's kindness, I'll be the notary. Does anyone have any objections? Wu Ji couldn't possibly refuse, so he might as well agree and do them a favor. Gue Yuan City's power structure is changing. The Extreme Martial Arts School doesn't want to pay attention to it, so it's understandable for them to do him a favor. One of the 4 young masters, young Master Wu, spoke. No one had any objections. The 4 young masters represented 4 forces. Among them, the Extreme Dojo was an independent force with a strong background that far surpassed the forces of Gue Yuan City. No one had any objections to Wu Ji being the notary. We have no objections to young Master Wu being the notary. We have no objections either. At this time, who dared to object? They couldn't afford to offend young Master Wu. Even the Li family, Zhang family, and Beigong family didn't dare to look down on the Extreme Dojo. With young Master Wu as the notary, the others couldn't help but wonder if they should make a profit. The Lin family was in decline and was no longer a threat. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. If they could make a profit, it would be a pretty good thing. Make a profit. Money was tempting. No one was an exception. 10,000. I bet Beigong Wuqing wins. 30,000 Beigong Wuqing wins. Apart from the 4 great young masters, the rest of the people here were either direct disciples or bootlicking followers. They all had a certain amount of money in their hands. They definitely wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. More importantly, everyone wanted to push Lin Fei out. If they didn't take advantage of such a good opportunity, it would be the same as missing it. A bunch of idiots. You'll all cry later. Lin Fei's expression was solemn, but in reality, he was laughing maniacally on the inside. He had never been so happy before. He had wanted to make a fortune off Beigong Wuqing, but it had led to such an incident. After a rough calculation, he found that there were 200,000 taels of silver on the table. It was a huge sum, 200,000 silver taels. Although it looked like a huge sum, it was nothing more than a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. A rank 3 fire talisman required 80,000 silver taels. 200,000 silver taels were only equivalent to 3 fire talismans. Young Masterly, are you not going to bet? Lin Fei swept his gaze over them and kicked Li Qingfeng away. He turned to Li Yuan and said, "This is a big customer. It would be a pity if I don't get some money from him." Therefore, Lin Fei made this move. "Brother Yuan, quickly take care of him. Quickly take care of him." Li Qingfeng crawled up in a sorry state, eager for revenge. He had suffered a huge setback today. He was actually not a match for a piece of trash from 5 years ago, and had even knelt on the ground in front of everyone. This was a huge loss of face. Li Yuan wanted to slap Li Qingfeng to death. This was simply a disgrace. He could not help but admire Lin Fei for using this kind of method to force him. He clearly knew that he was being forced, but he still did it. He had to vent his anger. The Li family's reputation was more important than anything else. "Shut up," and scrammed to the side. Li Yuan was not polite at all and shouted harshly. Li Qingfeng had lost all his face. How would he dare to say anything? He directly stood to the side and glared venomously at Lin Fei, as if they were mortal enemies. "Third young master Lin, are you not worried that you will lose?" Li Yuan mocked. Lin Fei laughed heartily, poured himself a cup of wine, and drank it in one gulp. "What is there to worry about? If I win, I take the money. If I lose, I pay. Do you think I will go back on my word? Since when did my character become so worthless? Is the Lin family's face so worthless?" Li Yuan could hear the counterattack in his words. He could not help but laugh. "Third young master Lin, if I don't place my bet, then I won't be able to vent my anger. I will also place 100,000 silver taels." The expressions of the others changed. The Li family's wealth was not simple. Another 100,000 silver taels. On the table, there was a pile of 300,000 silver taels. If Lin Fei lost, it would be 300,000 silver taels. It was not a small amount. Luo Tian, who was standing at the side, could not help but worry. If Lin Fei lost, 300,000 silver taels was not a small amount. If the Lin family found out, they would probably fly into a rage. Li Yuan didn't finish his sentence. "Third young master Lin, not just anyone can teach a lesson to my Li family's disciples. I would also like to ask you for advice. I will also place 100,000 silver taels. If you lose, you will kneel down and say that I am trash and that everyone in the Lin family is trash." I wonder if third young master Lin has the guts to agree? The four young masters were indeed the four young masters. Before, no one could see what they were planning. Then, they threw out a huge bomb. Li Yuan's idea was not a normal kind of evil. First, he would kneel down and admit his mistake. Lin Fei was not only representing himself, but also the Lin family and the Lin family's face. As for the last item, it was also the Lin family's reputation. 5 years ago, Lin Fei had left in a sorry state. 5 years later, if Lin Fei were to make a fool of himself in front of everyone again, who knew how many people in the Lin family would go crazy? Moreover, it was a crucial moment now. The young masters did not speak, but once they did, it would be a thunderous blow. "You can't agree. This is a trap." Luo Tian hurriedly stopped him. He was worried that Lin Fei would walk into a trap. He did not want such a situation to happen. Lin Fei waved his hand. "It's fine. I know what I'm doing. I'm not the Lin Fei of the past. I am ignorant. 100,000 taels. Do you think I will agree?" Lin Fei asked. Li Yuan was just throwing out an excuse. What he wanted was nothing more than an agreement. 5 years ago, the Lin family had suffered a great loss because of Lin Fei. 5 years later, if the Lin family was affected because of Lin Fei would definitely be the sinner of the Lin family. His crime was unforgivable. It might even affect his father, who was the clan leader. Li Yuan was most willing to see a conflict in the Lin family. Moreover, no matter how useless the Li family's disciples were, they were not people that Lin Fei could teach a lesson to. Lin Fei dared to teach a lesson in front of everyone, not even giving him face. If he did not teach Lin Fei a lesson, Li Yuan would have to swallow this anger. This anger must be vented, viciously vented. The moment Lin Fei opened his mouth, Li Yuan knew that Lin Fei was still the Lin Fei of the past. He did not know the immensity of the heavens and earth. "Then how do you want to play?" "I must vent this anger of the Li family." Li Yuan was very direct. Beigong Wuqing naturally would not interrupt. As for the others, they also did not dare to speak. Who asked him to have such authority? At most, they would just listen. Zhang Qian secretly cursed the old fox. Li Yuan's methods were a little vicious. It was not a good time to speak now, so he was happy to watch the show. In truth, he wanted to teach Lin Fei a lesson more than anyone else. The Zhang family had crippled a disciple at the 7th level of the martial path. His left arm was crippled, and his strength was greatly reduced. Zhang Qian would definitely be lying if he said he did not have a temper. For such a good opportunity to be snatched away by the Li clan, Xiao Chun felt somewhat regretful. However, when he thought about it, Li Yuan seriously injuring Lin Fei in a spar would clearly be very interesting. Why should he interfere? It would be better for him to watch the show. 100,000 Tales of Silver. 3 months ago, Lin Fei would definitely be tempted. But now, the situation was different. 100,000 Tales of Silver was not something Lin Fei cared about. 1,000,000 Tales of Silver. I'll play with you. I don't like other things, but I like to gamble big. 1,000,000 Tales of Silver suits my taste. Don't say that young Master Li doesn't have the guts. Lin Fei looked at Li Yuan provocatively. The look in his eyes was very clear. Do you dare? Even though it hadn't been long since he returned, Lin Fei had discovered many clues about what had happened back then. In particular, after speaking with Luo Tian, he realized that what had happened 5 years ago was very likely a trap set up by someone else. The one who set the trap was either the Li family or the Zhang family. Back then, you could set a trap. Today, I will also set a trap for you. 100,000 Tales of Silver was nothing. 1,000,000 Tales of Silver was completely different. Whether it was the Lin family, the Zhang family, or the Li family, 1,000,000 Tales of Silver was a huge sum. Lin Fei did not open his mouth, but when he did, his anger soared to the sky. 1,000,000 Tales of Silver. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They could not believe it. Was this Lin Fei crazy? He actually dared to ask for such an exorbitant price. 1,000,000 Tales of Silver, not 100,000. Did this guy still think that he was the third young master of the Lin family 5 years ago? 1,000,000 Tales of Silver was too wasteful. If the two were equal in strength, they believed that it would be worth watching. But now, the gap between the two was too big. One was at the 7th sky of the martial path, and the other was at the 8th sky of the martial path, Li Yuan. This gap was like the difference between heaven and earth. This was not an ordinary kind of squandering. Li Yuan's first thought was that it was a trap. Lin Fei was digging a trap for him to jump into. 100,000 Tales of Silver, Li Yuan could make the decision. 1,000,000 Tales of Silver was enough to affect his development. Li Yuan had no choice but to think carefully. Third young Master Lin. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You're just kneeling down and apologizing, but I have to take out 1,000,000 Tales of Silver. Don't you think this is too much? Li Yuan said with a sullen face. Lin Fei laughed again. Too much? You are at least at the 8th sky of the martial path, but you are afraid of me, a 7th sky of the martial path. I think you should go home. All these years of training have been for nothing. Beigong Brat has the guts to ask me for advice without saying a word. Disdain, not just any ordinary disdain. Li Yuan was usually meticulous, but because of a few words from Lin Fei, he was affected. In reality, a martial artist at the 8th sky of the martial path would not be afraid of a martial artist at the 7th sky of the martial path. If today's words were spread, he, one of the 4 great young masters, would be afraid of a piece of trash from 5 years ago. He would not be ashamed, but the entire Li family would be ashamed, unable to lift their heads. After thinking about it again and again, Li Yuan thought that Lin Fei was purely scaring people. It was not impossible to defeat an enemy who was a level higher, but could Lin Fei do it? Li Yuan did not think so. Don't try to provoke me, it's useless against me. Li Yuan coldly snorted. If you aren't afraid, then I naturally won't be afraid of you. I agree to your conditions, but I have to remind you, if you can't control your strength during the spar, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. What's wrong with that? Lin Fei laughed, but in reality, his heart was once again blooming with joy. This time, I'm going to screw you over. 1,000,000 yuan bet. Everyone clicked their tongues. No one was optimistic about Lin Fei. On the contrary, they thought that Li Yuan would definitely be ruthless. Lin Fei was going to be miserable this time. He might even be seriously injured. With the dojo of limits acting as a witness, if the Lin family wanted to cause trouble, they wouldn't have a reason. Fragrant Pavilion was obviously not suitable for sparring. Thus, everyone moved to the dojo of limits. There was no place more suitable than anyone else. The dojo of limits, a special power in the Buluo dynasty. The dojo of limits was spread across 10 counties. It was a huge power with countless elite disciples. Normal powers wouldn't dare provoke them. The dojo of limits, the word limit, was the essence of it. This was a place to surpass limits. Wu Ji acted as a witness, and chose a stage for everyone. But for some reason, the news spread. There were many people in the dojo of limits, so when this news came out, it immediately attracted the attention of countless people. The dojo of limits itself was a place to break through limits. Aside from breaking through limits, it was also used to earn money to buy mysterious techniques and pills. In other words, the dojo of limits was a place to risk one's life. Hey, did you hear? The Lin family's third young master is going to spar with the 4 young masters. Your news isn't accurate. I heard that Lin Fei was going to teach a Li family disciple a lesson. Then, he met Li Yuan, one of the 4 young masters. There's going to be a good show to watch. The Lin Fei from 5 years ago? It seems like there's going to be a good show. Li Yuan is one of the 4 young masters. I heard that Lin Fei's strength increased by using some kind of pill. Last time, he revealed his trump card. This time, Lin Fei won't have a good ending. If I were Lin Fei, I would have already admitted defeat. Isn't this embarrassing? Who knows? In any case, the Lin family has always been the enemy of the Li and Zhang families. Just now, I think I saw people from the Zhang and Li families, and even people from the Beigong family. Think about what this means. It has to be said that in front of everyone in Guiyuan Yuan City, the influence of these 2 families was huge. Dojo of Limits, 7th stage. For some reason, the originally sealed area was now open to the outside world. Everyone understood that this was done intentionally. Their goal was very simple, to deliberately embarrass Lin Fei. Pest, the situation doesn't seem right. They're obviously targeting you. Luo Tian looked around and couldn't help but feel angry. He understood what was going on, but he couldn't help but feel angry. Lin Fei stood there calmly and didn't even look at them. In fact, from the moment they chose to come here, he understood their intentions. Instead of sparring behind closed doors, it was better to let everyone know that their intentions weren't ordinary. They had a new understanding of their young master, and his methods were more powerful than they had imagined. If he lost today, the Lin family wouldn't be able to find any excuses. On the contrary, this matter would spread like wildfire, and it would directly affect the reputation of the Lin family. Lin Fei patted Luo Tian's shoulder and said casually, they made a big meal for me, so I won't let them down. I guarantee that they won't forget it for the rest of their lives. A cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. Luo Tian didn't have much confidence. His gang had always been close to the Lin family, so he was most worried that something would happen today. Seeing that Lin Fei said so, he naturally didn't dare to say anything else. He was very clear about Lin Fei's temperament. On the surface, he seemed to be the same as 5 years ago, and he didn't seem to notice that Lin Fei had actually changed into a different person, no longer the Lin Fei of the past. At the same time, Wu Ji brought a middle-aged man over. When this middle-aged man appeared, many people showed a respectful expression. Obviously, this middle-aged man's status in the dojo of limits wasn't low. Chapter 123. From the moment they appeared, Lin Fei keenly thought of something and realized that the extreme dojo didn't want to cause trouble. The appearance of Chun San was the best proof. At first, Chun Dixing didn't put this matter to heart. He was already used to sparring on the stage, but from Wu Ji's words, he heard another layer of meaning. Thus, this scene happened. To put it bluntly, the extreme dojo didn't want to get involved in the power struggle of Guiyuan Yuan City. This had nothing to do with their interests. However, Wu Ji wasn't suitable to be the notary, as he didn't have enough authority to speak. If Chun Dixing took over, it would be completely different. No matter what they did, they wouldn't step into this matter. Right now, they could only wait for Lin Fei's reply. I'm fine with it. Lin Fei said, with Chun San as the notary, we don't have to worry about people going back on their words. Don't you think so, Chun San? At first, Lin Fei didn't really care about Wu Ji being the notary. But as the matter developed, Wu Ji wasn't suitable to be the notary. He needed to find someone with high moral standing. Chun Dixing was the best choice. Lin Fei almost laughed. This was like having a pillow delivered to him when he wanted to doze off. He wasn't worried about them playing any tricks. 1 million silver wasn't as simple as it sounded. This time, Lin Fei was completely relieved. Reneging on a debt, no one had a chance. Chun Dixing raised his eyebrows and returned to normal. He didn't expect Lin Fei to play a trick, but he didn't expose it. Instead, he looked at Lin Fei. Everyone here is a respectable person in Gue Yuan City. Who would go back on their words? Wouldn't that be a joke? These words were very fair. Chen Dixing didn't want to offend them. Chen Dixing was the notary, so of course, he was also the judge. The Extreme Dojo was currently the most qualified. Chen Dixing was the most qualified. He was fair, so everyone believed that Chen Dixing was the most suitable person to be the dojo master. Place your bets. I'll be the banker. Just when everyone wanted to watch the show, Fatty Luo Tian suddenly became the banker for some reason, which made everyone curious. The Extreme Martial Arts Dojo of Limits, privately operated, actually existed. When Fatty Luo Tian became the banker, he immediately attracted everyone's interest. They didn't mind placing their bets. Who didn't know that Luo Tian was the brothers gang's third young master? Once he opened his mouth, who would dare to question him? In just a short moment, Fatty Luo Tian was surrounded. Mother of Asterisk Kerr, don't you dare get me into trouble, or else I'm going to suffer a huge loss this time. This was what a certain Fatty was thinking. This was just a small interlude. For a bet of more than 1,000,000 taels of silver, Luo Tian's private bets seemed insignificant. Lin Fei, come up quickly. In the arena, Beigong Wuqing was very excited. He had to crush Lin Fei today to strengthen the Beigong family's reputation. What's the hurry? Lin Fei lazily walked onto the stage. Chen Dixing, who was also the referee, had a strange look in his eyes. He thought to himself, this Lin family's third young master has a good mentality. Facing Beigong Brat's provocation, he can still maintain his composure. Interesting. Lin Fei, if you kneel and admit defeat now, I can be merciful and let you go. Beigong Wuqing's expression was excited, as if he could already see Lin Fei being defeated by him. Lin Fei said, we haven't even fought yet. Maybe you'll be the one to admit defeat? Is that so? Beigong Wuqing said. Then I'd like to give you some pointers. Steel opening hand. Beigong Wuqing moved, releasing his aura. Like a giant, he opened his 5 fingers, and a violent aura wreaked havoc. The void in the arena seemed like it was about to shatter. Steel opening hand, low-grade yellow class, Xian skill. 1 move. Among experts, Beigong Wuqing's strength was truly unmatched. Among those of the same level, he was considered outstanding. The violent aura whizzed past like a giant crushing down. Everyone could see how powerful it was. A yellow-class martial art was extraordinary. The Li family, the Zhang family, and the others all hoped that Lin Fei would be defeated by Lin Fei in 1 move. Subconsciously, they thought that Lin Fei would not be so easy to deal with. If he lost to Beigong Wuqing, Lin Fei would be labeled as trash. The Lin family would probably be furious. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, he began to shake his head. Not forceful enough. A yellow-class Xian skill in your hands is simply a humiliation. Let's see what true forcefulness is. Lin Fei's lazy aura suddenly became like an awakened tiger. The tiger roared, and a domineering aura was released from Lin Fei's body. 8 Desolation Fist. If it was anything else, Lin Fei would not be his match. No one could compare to Lin Fei when it came to forceful fist techniques. Lin Fei acted as if there was nothing beneath his feet. The 8 Desolation, 6 Harmonies fist wasn't a yellow-class mysterious art. He activated the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, and a ferocious chi burst forth. It was as if numerous giants from ancient times had appeared. His fists clashed with Lin Fei's, causing everyone's eyes to fill with shock. Beigong Wuqing's fist technique seemed like a lone boat on a turbulent sea, about to be swallowed by the waves at any time. In fact, that was indeed the case. You've lost. Actually, the two's combat strength was not on the same level. Beigong Wuqing's defeat was the most normal thing. Under the 8 Desolation Fist, everyone knew that Beigong Wuqing would lose without a doubt. Under such a ferocious fist technique, only an expert with stellar energy would be able to block it. Beigong Wuqing's chest was punched countless times. If not for Lin Fei's mercy, he would have died in the arena. Even so, Beigong Wuqing had lost a lot of face. You're good. I'm not your match. Beigong Wuqing spat out a lot of blood when he said this. He was secretly shocked. Lin Fei had hidden his strength too well, and he had lost just like that. Apart from this, he felt a pain in his heart. He had lost a third-grade fire talisman, and he had lost 80,000 taels of silver. Defeating Beigong Wuqing did not give Lin Fei much of a sense of accomplishment. Young Master Li, it's your turn. Lin Fei's swift defeat of Beigong Wuqing caused everyone to take Lin Fei seriously. A non-yellow class Xian skill that could unleash the power of a yellow class Xian skill was worth their attention. Young Master Li, this Lin Fei has some tricks up his sleeve. You have to be careful and don't fall for his tricks. Zhang Qian reminded with a faint smile. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Zhang. Li Yuan said, I don't really care about Lin Fei. He's just some unorthodox tricks. Although that was what Li Yuan said, he was actually starting to pay attention to Lin Fei. He kept searching his mind for any Xian skill that could upgrade his Xian skill. Li Yuan had seen many people use the 8 Desolation Fist just now. In terms of power, it was far from yellow class, but Lin Fei had played a shocking joke on everyone. Chapter 124. Amazing. Third young Master Lin is really amazing. No wonder Zhang Wansong was no match for him. He killed him in an instant. Third young Master Lin's punches were so fierce, almost comparable to a yellow class Xian skill. I didn't even see it clearly before Beigong Wuqing lost. Speed is the only thing that can't be broken. Looks like we can't offend third young Master Lin anymore. Beigong Wuqing, who is at level 7 of the martial path, was like a chicken to Lin Fei. Beigong Wuqing is famous for his ferocious punches, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow. The Lin family has produced an amazing guy. It's a pity that third young Master Lin's rear army was too slow. Beigong Wuqing couldn't even withstand a single blow, but Li Yuan might not be so simple. He can use his earth energy at will. He won't be easy to deal with. It's one of the 4 young masters again. As the crowd discussed, Luo Tian seemed to be the happiest. Haha, these silvers are all mine. Luo Tian, the banker, clearly hadn't expected Lin Fei to be so powerful. The usually arrogant Beigong Wuqing had been defeated by Lin Fei in a few moves. He was in exceptionally good mood. More importantly, Beigong Wuqing's loss had earned him a large sum of money. He had been worried about it before. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount. When Li Yuan walked onto the stage, Luo Tian couldn't help but worry. His expression turned serious. An earth energy expert wasn't so easy to deal with. Those who had lost would definitely choose Li Yuan if they had to choose between the two. Fatty Luo, 500 silvers bet on young Master Li. Do you dare take it? Who says I don't dare? Uncle Luo's words carry enormous weight. Luo Tian hesitated. Recalling what he had just said, he gritted his teeth. I'll take as much as you have. Luo Tian's words caused those who weren't willing to give up to bet on Li Yuan again. It didn't matter if they lost once, but third young Master Lin would definitely lose this time. Thus, their bets unknowingly became bigger. Uncle Chun, this Lin Fei isn't simple. Wu Ji said to Chun Dashing from below the stage. Chun Dashing smiled. What did you see? Third young Master Lin must be cultivating a special mysterious art that can increase the power of his mysterious art. Wu Ji said, it seems that other magic skills can't do this except for the mental cultivation methods of magic skills. However, I can't think of any mental cultivation methods that could do this. Uncle Chun, you are so knowledgeable. Do you know this mental cultivation method? Although Wu Ji was one of the 4 princes, his knowledge wasn't something normal people could compare to, especially since he came from the dojo of limits. His knowledge of martial arts surpassed normal people. Chun Dashing touched his chin and said approvingly, you guessed it right. Lin Fei does practice a special heart method, but it's a useless heart method. If your Uncle Chun guessed correctly, Lin Fei practices the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. Wu Ji was slightly stunned. 9 Revolutions mysterious art? What kind of mental cultivation method is this? Obviously, Wu Ji hadn't heard of it. Chun Dashing said, this is a mental cultivation method that surpasses yellow rank. As to what level it is, your Uncle Chun doesn't know either. However, I know that this mental cultivation method requires a special perception to comprehend. Once the 9 revolutions mysterious art is cultivated, it can increase the power of the mysterious art. The biggest drawback is that the 9 revolutions mysterious art can at most reach the 9th level of the martial path. It can't become a Xian practitioner. Wu Ji seemed to understand something. Could it be that he will be stuck at the 9th level of the martial path forever? Forever unable to become a Xian practitioner? For the time being, it's like this. Chen Dixing looked at the stage. Pity, what a pity. It's a pity. As for what it is, Chen Dixing himself probably knows. On the stage, Lin Fei didn't know that his fist technique was seen through by others. If he knew, he would definitely be very careful of the people from the Dojo of Limits. The 9 revolutions mysterious art is a useless mental cultivation method. For Chen Dixing to say that it's a mental cultivation method that has been abandoned for a long time is indeed not simple. Unfortunately, Lin Fei doesn't know it now. The only thing he can think of is how to take care of Li Yuan and get his hands on the spoils of war. They were vaguely involved in what happened 5 years ago. If he doesn't vent his anger, Lin Fei will have a belly full of anger that can't be vented. He must find a way to vent it. Even if they didn't come today, Lin Fei would still find them and take revenge on them for what they did. As for evidence, in this world where the strong are respected, evidence seems weak. Today, I'll collect some interest from Li Yuan. I can't just let things from 5 years ago go like this. Lin Fei looked at Li Yuan, a cold light flashing in his eyes. This will be the first step to change himself. A direct descendant disciple is far less famous than one of the 4 great young masters. Teaching him a lesson feels completely different. Third young master Lin, I haven't seen you for a few years, and you've made me look at you in a new light. Even that Beigong brat isn't your opponent. No wonder you dare to agree. Could it be that this is where your confidence comes from? Li Yuan said disapprovingly. Lin Fei shook his head. My confidence comes from there. You can give it a try. Since that's the case, you can make your move. Li Yuan smiled. Let me see where your confidence comes from. 8 desolation, 6 combination fist. Lin Fei once again used the ferocious fist technique. This time, it was even more ferocious than before. Like a violent storm, the fist wind whistled, enveloping Li Yuan. The expressions of many people below the stage changed slightly. Lin Fei can be proud of having trained a fist technique to such a level, especially since he dared to attack when there's a gap in strength between them. His mental strength is not ordinary. Underworld hand. Li Yuan is indeed worthy of being one of the 4 great young masters. With a smile on his face, he raised his hand, and a sinister black giant hand appeared in front of him. It is the Underworld hand. A wave of cold air covered the entire stage, causing the people nearby to subconsciously shiver. Your fist technique is ferocious. Try taking my Underworld hand. Using softness to overcome hardness. As expected of one of the 4 great young masters, Li Yuan uses softness to overcome hardness, breaking through all the attacks with one move. I wonder if third young master Lin can withstand this move. Underworld hand, a low-grade yellow-class palm technique. The Underworld Qi can freeze Xian Qi. It is a rather sinister palm technique. If you are not careful, your strength will be greatly reduced. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. His mind was active. This Li Yuan is really vicious. He wants to injure me greatly. Humph. Try to use softness to overcome hardness? It's not that simple. The invincible Vajra body was fully activated. The 9 revolutions Xian Qi spread throughout his body. The side effects of the Underworld Qi were forcefully blocked outside and did not cause too much of an impact. Your Underworld hand is only SOSO. Although Li Yuan wanted to use softness to overcome hardness, he could not do anything to Lin Fei's fist technique. It was all broken by the fist technique. The two were evenly matched in the first round. What a strange Xian technique. This brat Lin Fei really has some tricks up his sleeve, Li Yuan said to himself. If this is all, I will make sure you are gravely mistaken. The stage looked simple, but the people below the stage started to take it seriously again. Chapter 125. P.S. Thank you to Book 1 21104163225356. Book 121117164942420 for the 100 Chidian coins tip. Who do you think will win between the two of them? On the stage, the fierce battle continued. The result of the battle was completely out of everyone's expectations. Lin Fei, who was rumored to be trash, was actually so powerful. He was not at a disadvantage when facing Li Yuan, who was one stage higher. Li Yuan, one of the four princes, was also very powerful. However, he did not have much of an advantage on the stage. On the other hand, third young Master Lin used a fierce fist art from beginning to end, forcefully suppressing Li Yuan's attacks. Who was the stronger one? Everyone had a rough idea. Third young Master Lin's performance was unexpected. Some were happy, some were jealous, and some were worried. Zhang Qian was one of them. The situation is a bit complicated. Lin Fei hid his strength so well. It seems that their battle will not end in a short time. The one who spoke was a direct descendant of a second-rate family. He was also a follower of the Zhang family. Seeing that Zhang Qian was unhappy, he quickly added, "No matter how strong Lin Fei is, he is not stronger than young Master Li Yuan. Li Yuan is at the 8th celestial layer of the martial path. He has a protective aura chi. Lin Fei is using a fist art. Li Yuan will see through his flaws sooner or later. At that time, he will be able to defeat him in one move." Of course, they did not want Lin Fei to win. Zhang Qian's face was gloomy. His gaze was complicated as if he could not believe the scene in front of him. He did not care about the 100,000 taels of silver, but he could not let Lin Fei get up. Beigong Wuqing was defeated, so Zhang Qian could not care less. Lin Fei and Li Yuan were tied, so Zhang Qian paid attention to this point. From the bottom of his heart, he did not want Lin Fei to stand out, especially when the 5 years competition was about to begin. If Lin Fei defeated Li Yuan, he would undoubtedly become a good card in the hands of the Lin family. Zhang Qian did not want to see that happen. The current Lin family was not the same as before. The geniuses were either dead or injured. However, Lin Fei's appearance made Zhang Qian realize the danger. If Li Yuan were to defeat Lin Fei, Zhang Qian would be at ease. On the other hand, Lin Fei had to be dealt with. Lin Fei was a dangerous person. This was Zhang Qian's subconscious feeling. Below the arena, everyone was guessing. On the arena, the two of them exchanged no less than a few dozen moves, and they were evenly matched. Li Yuan Gang struck out with his palm, but he didn't dodge. Instead, he laughed coldly, as if he had expected this. He struck out with both palms, and the frigid aura of the netherworld swept out. Li Yuan cultivated the netherworld mantra, and the netherworld cold chi around him was quite vicious. The cold chi invaded his body, corroding his internal organs and injuring his enemies instantly. Bang bang. The one who attacked from behind was Lin Fei. His huge fist smashed down, creating a strong wind that caused cracks to appear on the pillars around the arena. The two of them quickly pulled apart the distance between them. "Young Master Li, did my punch taste good?" Lin Fei said as he activated the 9 Revolutions mystical chi to get rid of the invading netherworld Xian Qi. He felt lucky, but he couldn't help but wonder why the 9 Revolutions mystical chi could restrain the netherworld Xian Qi. At this time, Lin Fei didn't have time to think about the reason. Striking while the iron was hot, he attacked again. It was still the 8 Desolation Lioha fist, and his battle intent was strong. Li Yuan took the punch head-on and suffered a great loss. The blood in his body was boiling, and it took him a lot of effort to calm down. He was shocked. How could Lin Fei have such a terrifying strength? If it wasn't for the protective aura shield blocking part of the force, he might have been seriously injured. "Third young Master Lin, you must be feeling bad too." Li Yuan sneered. "My netherworld cold chi is specially used to break the meridians. If you choose to admit defeat now, I can help you dissolve the pain of the netherworld cold chi." From the beginning, Li Yuan wanted to end the battle quickly, but the more the battle continued, the more shocked he was. He couldn't beat Lin Fei. Fortunately, he had enough battle experience and used the netherworld cold chi to hurt Lin Fei's meridians. He won without a fight. In the battle just now, he fully used the netherworld cold chi. Li Yuan had enough confidence that Lin Fei would definitely admit defeat. If Lin Fei didn't admit defeat, it would be best. He would completely cripple Lin Fei in the arena. Even if the netherworld cold chi frostbitten his meridians, even if they were healed, most of his strength would be gone, and he would no longer be a threat. Lin Fei's powerful battle strength made Li Yuan realize that if he didn't cripple Lin Fei, in the upcoming profit distribution meeting, Lin Fei might emerge as a new force to be reckoned with. The disciples of the family first thought of the family's interests. Just like Zhang Qian, Beigong Wuqing, and Li Yuan, they all cared about the family's interests. Lin Fei had shown his strength, so they had to suppress Lin Fei. It would be best if they could cripple him in the arena. You want me to admit defeat? Dream on. Lin Fei leaped up. His fists were like cannonballs, smashing down. From afar, it looked like a shooting star. After a round of battle, Lin Fei had already gotten used to Li Yuan's attacking style. It was nothing more than using the netherworld cold chi to restrict him, than using the Ying cold fist art or even the palm art to suppress the opponent. In terms of true strength, he was only slightly stronger than those of the same level. Netherworld godly fist. Li Yuan sneered. He couldn't wait for it to happen. His palm art turned into a fist art. The white cold chi on the arena was like frost in winter. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and everyone felt a chill. Fist against fist. On the arena, the netherworld cold chi was all gathered together, and a huge white fist greeted Li Yuan like a cannon. A head-on clash. You came at the right time. Lin Fei's mouth suddenly hung an evil smile. This smile made Li Yuan's heart skip a beat. His whole body couldn't help but tremble. He thought to himself, what's wrong with me? No matter how strong Lin Fei is, how can he be my opponent? Why should I be afraid of him? With the help of the netherworld cold chi, my strength can increase by 1/3. Although I don't know what kind of hard art he cultivates, but if he wants to fight against me, he can only dream. Bang! The fist formed by the netherworld cold chi was said to be able to freeze everything after reaching the realm of great success. When the two met, there wasn't the expected victory. Lin Fei's fist was like a fist from the heavens. It was hard to see how strong it was, but it broke the netherworld godly fist. The aftermath of the battle didn't stop there. This time, Lin Fei deliberately wanted to defeat Li Yuan. Based on the feeling of fighting in the Blackwater Mountain Range, many experts in the Dojo of Limits were paying attention. Lin Fei didn't want to reveal too much information. Beginner battle technique, 9 heavy waves. When Li Yuan's fist met, the netherworld cold chi covering the fist was actually broken in an instant. A wave of aura suddenly rushed out, and his figure stopped in front of everyone. First heavy wave, netherworld cold chi, broken. Second heavy wave, aura shield, broken. Third heavy wave, netherworld cold chi, chaotic. Fourth heavy wave, chi and blood chaotic. Li Yuan vomited blood. His internal organs were injured. Chapter 126. The battle was over, but the crowd was not calm. Those who were close to the arena were dumbfounded by the scene. They did not expect it to be like this, and some of them even suffered an unexpected disaster. Fortunately, their injuries were not serious, but their luck was not good. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they looked at the arena that was covered in dust. Of course, it was now in ruins. Who won? Who lost? That was the question that everyone was struggling with. But no one dared to go forward check. Dust filled the arena, and it was a hazy scene. No one could see what was going on, and their emotions were fluctuating. How could this be? This arena is too sturdy. Yeah. We must be more careful next time. Who would have thought that their battle strength was so strong that the arena was destroyed? Luckily, I ran fast. Who do you think will win? I guess it must be young Master Li. The netherworld cold chi is invincible, and Lin Fei does not understand the power of the netherworld cold chi. He will regret it sooner or later. Of course, it must be young Master Li. The crowd discussed. Only by doing this could they calm down. The scene just now had really shocked them. But in the eyes of some people, it was not like this. For example, Chundisheng, the third dojo master. At this moment, he was squinting his eyes, and his deep gaze seemed to be able to see through the dust. Wu Ji asked, "Uncle Chun who won?" Chindishing's gaze stopped at the arena. Hee, you will know in a while. Don't be anxious. After saying this, Chindishing seemed to have thought of something and added, "Try not to offend Lin Fei in the future. This guy is not simple. Maybe he is a trump card that the Lin family deliberately left behind." Wu Ji was shocked. He lowered his voice and said emotionally, "Uncle Chun, you said that Li Yuan lost?" Wu Ji was very clear about Li Yuan's strength. Even if he fought, it would take at least 1 to 200 moves to determine the winner. They were both Earth Chi experts, and it was not easy to determine the winner. Listening to Uncle Chen's words, Wu Ji understood that Li Yuan had obviously lost in the spar. Chun Dishing did not reply, and there was finally a movement in the ruins. "My young master Li, can you admit defeat now?" When the dust settled, everyone saw a figure walking out from the rubble. At the same time, Lin Fei's voice rang out. Therefore, the crowd saw an unimaginable scene, and many people even gasped in shock. The young master of the Li clan, one of the 4 great young masters of the Li clan, was dragged out of the ruins by his throat like a dead dog. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that Li Yuan would lose to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was only at the 7th sky of the martial path. This disparity, silence. The scene fell silent. "Let me go! Let me go!" Li Yuan weakly roared. "As you wish." Bang! Li Yuan smashed heavily into the rubble, kicking up a cloud of dust and vomiting blood. He glared at Lin Fei as if he was his mortal enemy. "You're courting death." Everyone was once again shocked by Lin Fei's actions. This Lin Fei really didn't know the gravity of the situation. Li Yuan was one of the 4 great young masters. Even if he wanted to vent his anger, he had to look at the right place. "Shut up." Lin Fei flew and stepped on Li Yuan's chest, staining his clothes red. "Young Master Li, you should know that if I hadn't been lenient, you would have been dead by now. You still dare to talk back to me? You're asking for a beating." Uproar, uproar. Li Yuan was an expert at the 8th sky of the martial path, but he wasn't Lin Fei's opponent. This Lin Fei was thinking that this elementary combat skill was quite powerful. Even Li Yuan's 5 heavy waves couldn't withstand it and almost killed him. "Lin Fei, let go of Brother Yuan." In a moment, everyone reacted, especially the Li clan. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and lifted Li Yuan up again. "Let go of young Master Li? Who am I going to ask for my 1 million silver?" Lin Fei shook his head and swept his gaze across everyone. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. At this moment, Lin Fei had become a demon king. Finally, his gaze landed on Chun Dishing. "Dojo Master Chun, I'm sorry for destroying your stage." Everyone was attracted by the first sentence. A bet of 1 million silver. This bet was not small. The Li clan had lost this time and would lose money again. Chun Dishing smiled. "Congratulations, 3rd young master Lin. You've really impressed me." Lin Fei said modestly, "Dojo Master Chun thinks too highly of me. I was just lucky. Next time, I probably won't be so lucky. It would be strange if I believed you. You're just a little fox." Chun Dishing didn't believe you, but of course, he wouldn't expose you. "3rd young master Lin, victory has been decided. Do you think we should release young Master Li?" Lin Fei shook his head. "Dojo Master Chun, I originally wanted to return him to you, but after thinking about it, this guy almost took my life. Furthermore, his methods are sinister. If I release him, what if I become lazy? Who can I find for my 1 million? I think it's better to hold on to him. In any case, he won't die anytime soon." "Lin Fei, don't be too." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Fei's palm landed on Li Yuan's chest. Li Yuan almost couldn't breathe. It was extremely uncomfortable. "Loser, there's no place for you to speak here," Lin Fei said coldly, not giving Li Yuan any chance to speak. No one expected that Lin Fei would play Li Yuan in the palm of his hand in front of everyone. In less than half a day, today's matter would spread throughout the entire Gue Yuan city. The Lin clan had produced another powerful guy. Chun Dishing frowned slightly. He could hear the hidden meaning behind Lin Fei's words. Clearly, This matter wasn't going to be easy. Ever since he became the third dojo master, no one dared to not give him face. Yet Lin Fei did this. How many youngsters could have this kind of courage? Hee. Third young master Lin, with me as the witness, you can rest assured. Chun Dixing said, today, in front of everyone, this dojo master will give you a guarantee. Today, whether it's the Li clan or the Zhang clan, if they don't fulfill today's promise, don't blame the extreme dojo for not giving you face. Third young master Lin, are you satisfied now? The others couldn't help but change their expressions, especially the Zhang clan, Li clan, and Beigong Wuqing. They all realized one thing. This time, they had lost a lot of face. Lin Fei smiled. Satisfied, very satisfied. Dojo Master Chin's words are enough. The previous words were all for this sentence. In order to achieve his goal, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't hold on to Li Yuan. Catch! Lin Fei casually swung his hand. Inadvertently, his palm pressed on Li Yuan's back, and as if nothing had happened, he threw Li Yuan away. Li Qingfeng and the others immediately came up to catch him. A huge force came over, causing them to fall to the ground. The Li clan is only SOSO. They can't even catch a single person. With Lin Fei's godly strength, it would be strange if they could block a light flick. With this, Lin Fei's image in everyone's heart became even more ferocious. Chun Dexing slightly shook his head. This Lin family's third young master's temper is quite bad. It seems that Gue Yuan City is going to be lively. I'll kindly accept these things. Lin Fei put away the money and turned to look at Li Yuan. Remember, hurry up and send my 1 million silver over. Don't make me personally come to collect the debt. When that time comes, no one will look good. Li Yuan was angered and spat out another mouthful of blood. Chapter 127. Fatty, I have some business to attend to. You handle the rest. Let's drink another day. By the time Luo Tian reacted and wanted to say something, Lin Fei's figure had already disappeared into the crowd. He swallowed his words. Looks like I can only do it next time. This guy runs really fast. Luo Tian felt the need to report Lin Fei's performance today. Besides helping him win some money, he also saw hope. Luo Tian began to collect money. As for the Li family, Zhang family, Beigong family, they couldn't sit still. Lin Fei easily won against Beigong Wuqing and Li Yuan. They sensed a hidden danger. They were in a hurry to report this matter. Coming out of the dojo of limits, Lin Fei found a secluded place. Seeing that no one was following him, he quietly slipped into a small alley. Activate Rune's system. In the quiet alley, a level 3 fire talisman was lying on Lin Fei's palm. In the dojo of limits, Lin Fei had just collected his spoils when the system reacted. This was the first time since he returned. This was a big surprise. Beep. Activate Rune's system. Rune's masters, alchemists, weapon masters, and blacksmiths were one of the specialties of the Xintian continent. Rune's masters were the most special. Rune's master was a special profession. Not everyone was qualified to become a Rune's master. Among 10,000 warriors, there were less than 100 Rune's masters. Most of them were Rune's apprentices. The number of Rune's masters could be counted on one's fingers. Thus, it was hard to find a Rune's master. In the Xintian continent, Rune's masters were even higher than alchemists. Lin Fei didn't expect to accidentally activate the Rune system. Activate. Rune's master was a good profession. Lin Fei chose to activate Rune's master without hesitation. He knew better than anyone the importance of Rune's master. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for activating the Rune system. Beep. Player Lin Fei, do you want to enter the virtual Rune system? The system prompted him. Lin Fei frowned. Virtual Rune system? When Lin Fei first modified the upgrade system, he only focused on bugs, runes, and the like, so he didn't try to understand it. Now that a virtual rune system had popped up, Lin Fei was pleasantly surprised. Enter. Lin Fei walked deeper into the alley. There was no one in the depths of the old alley. He found an abandoned house. The next second, Lin Fei was surprised to find that he was in a virtual world. Or rather, in a virtual town. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. It was too real. It was too realistic. Damn, is this a virtual city? Lin Fei found it hard to imagine. Was this virtual city technology from the future? Could it be that a mutation had occurred? Otherwise, why would it appear on him? Walking into town, Lin Fei felt that it was unusually realistic. He could not see any flaws. The blue sky, the white clouds, everything was so realistic. After a while, Lin Fei returned to normal. If her system could accept time travel, why could he not accept a virtual city? No, it should be a virtual system. Lin Fei knew very well that his consciousness had entered the virtual system, while his body was left outside. Fortunately, the abandoned house was temporarily safe, so he did not have to worry. At Rune's Tower, the town was not big. Lin Fei noticed the words Rune's Tower and immediately thought of the Rune's Master. He subconsciously walked towards the Rune's Tower. He pushed the door open. The Rune's Tower appeared in front of him. It looked like a small castle. There won't be any NPCs, will there? Lin Fei muttered in his heart. This was the first time Lin Fei was further interested in the system. It turned out that the system still hid many undiscovered existences. You're the apprentice, Lin Fei? Lin Fei was looking at the Rune's Tower when he heard the voice. He subconsciously struck out with his palm, but it missed. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man in black standing behind him. He was expressionless and very serious. He turned around and walked towards the Rune's Tower. You are. The other party wanted to leave. Lin Fei suddenly realized that there would be no enemy in the virtual world. However, the other party could appear silently. He was still very shocked and could not help but ask, "You can call me Master Fu. From now on, I will teach you how to become a Rune's Master." The Rune's Tower. Lin Fei was once again shocked by the virtual system. He originally thought that the system would automatically provide learning materials, but he did not expect it to be taught by a professional. Lin Fei cannot help but guess. If Rune's Master could have it, then it seemed that alchemists and blacksmiths could have it too. In the exclusive room, there were all kinds of materials placed on the material table. Lin Fei was dazzled. This was the first time he knew that a Rune's Master needed so many materials. Regarding Rune's Master, what he knew was only what was circulated in the outside world. In the end, he knew nothing about Rune's Master. The only thing he knew was that Rune's Masters had a high status, and many major forces would fight to invite them. Master Fu said, "Every day, you will have 2 hours to learn how to make runes from me. As for how much you can understand, it will depend on your own comprehension." Rune's Master is one of the 4 major support professions. Rune's Masters rely on mental strength to outline the runes array. Rune's Masters can be divided into Rune's Apprentices, Level 1 Rune's Masters, Level 2 Rune's Masters, Level 3 Rune's Masters, Level 4 Rune's Masters, Level 5 Rune's Masters, Level 6 Rune's Masters, Level 7 Rune's Masters, Level 8 Rune's Masters, Level 9 Rune's Masters. Lin Fei listened quietly and gradually gained a preliminary understanding of Rune's Masters. Rune's Masters were good at using mental strength, which was the power of the soul. It was a special existence, and the power of the soul was the most difficult to cultivate. This was also the reason why Rune's Masters were so rare. From the explanation, Lin Fei understood one more thing. Rune's Masters could have combat power. They used the power of the soul. The stronger the power of the soul, the stronger the power of the Rune's Master. Thus, in the Xintian continent, there were dual cultivators of martial runes. Can I also become a dual cultivator? Lin Fei asked himself in his heart. Since this is the first time you have come into contact with Rune's Masters, if you want to become a strong Rune's Master, you must first start cultivating the power of the soul. Rune's Masters have a strong power of the soul. Only then can they become strong Rune's Masters. This is the 9 heavens of spiritual power that Rune's Masters must cultivate. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He didn't expect this system to come with a cultivation method for cultivating the power of the soul. I wonder what level of Rune's Master I will become after mastering this cultivation method? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. Level 3 Rune's Master. Don't Level 3 Rune's Masters need the cultivation of a Xian practitioner? Immediately, Teacher Fu's cold voice came, who said that Level 3 Rune's Masters need the cultivation of a Xian practitioner. Chapter 128. My soul power has indeed become stronger. Unfortunately, this 9 levels of spiritual power can only be trained to the peak of the 9 levels of martial arts. If I can become a level 3 runes master, my combat power will greatly increase. At that time, even if I encounter a Xian practitioner, I will probably be able to put up a fight. Virtual City, Tower of Runes. Lin Fei sat cross-legged and sighed softly, followed by excitement. For some reason, Lin Fei thought of the night he spent with the woman in white in the Blackwater Mountain Range. Tenjin Temple, sooner or later, I will personally pay a visit. At that time, Lin Fei was unable to swallow that anger. He was looked down upon by the woman in white, and then counterattacked by her. As a man, Lin Fei's heart had always been unbalanced. Just because of that anger, he would step into Tenjin Temple. If it was before, Lin Fei had great confidence in the system. As long as he had enough time, that day would come sooner or later. But today, in the Tower of Runes, he had a new understanding. Shantian continent was not as simple as he thought. This was a world where the strong could reach the clouds. He had to have more power in order to have real power in this Shantian continent. Runes masters were the best help. After the battle in the Dojo of Limits, Li family, Zhang family, Beigong family didn't make any moves. They seemed to have chosen to swallow their anger. Everyone was shocked and surprised by this. In the sky above Guay Yuan City, it seemed that a storm was about to appear. Since they didn't come to settle the score, Lin Fei was happy. Since the start of the Runes Master, apart from training, he immersed himself in the virtual world to learn how to make runes. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Finally reached the 7th level of spiritual power. In the house, Lin Fei slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed, and there was an earth-shattering change in his spirit. Obviously, this was the benefit of training in soul power. Soul charge. Lin Fei controlled his soul force. His soul force rushed out in the shape of a long spear. The void was like a mirror, and with a single spear, the void shattered. As the spear shot out, Lin Fei's face turned pale. It seems that if I don't cultivate to the 9 heavens of the martial Tao, I can't use my soul power indiscriminately. After using it once, my soul power has been consumed too much. Just now, in his excitement, Lin Fei had wanted to use the soul skill of 9 heavens of spiritual energy. He had thought that it would be easy, but he hadn't expected that it would consume so much soul energy. What Lin Fei didn't know was that, with his strength, the soul charge would probably stun any outsider. Even those profound practitioners would be envious of him. The reason was very simple. Soul energy techniques were extremely precious, and even profound experts might not be able to grasp them. The soul itself was the most miraculous existence, and once the soul was heavily injured, then it would be the end of one's life. Generally speaking, only large sects and clans would be able to grasp soul's secret arts, and only top-notch clans would be able to do so. Once soul's secret arts were spread, the influence would not be limited to Xian techniques. Someone like Lin Fei was a typical case of lucky dog shit. After meditating for a while, Lin Fei's soul power had almost recovered. Only then did he stand up. After studying for a few days, it's time to make some runes. Lin Fei thought for a moment. The fire talisman that he won from Beigong Wuqing was something good, but it was later criticized by Teacher Talisman to be worthless. As a result, Lin Fei didn't even have a single runes in his hands. The current situation in Guay Yuan City was uncertain, and Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to make some runes as a trump card. In Lin Fei's words, with runes in hand, I can kill you with runes. In fact, after learning runes in the virtual world, Lin Fei was no longer a rookie. He had a new understanding of runes, and it could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. In Lin Fei's eyes, Runes Master was a very powerful profession. In the virtual world, Lin Fei learned from NPCs, and his progress was extraordinarily fast. Although he improved quickly in the virtual world, Lin Fei hadn't tried it in the real world yet. With runes in hand, Lin Fei had an additional trump card. He heard from NPCs that level 5 runes masters and above could use their soul power to draw runes. Becoming a 5th-level rune master was another threshold. Coming out of the Lin family, Lin Fei could already feel the pressure brought about by the 5-year competition. The atmosphere in the Lin family was quite tense. Walking on the street, Lin Fei noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely. Lin Fei thought about it and understood what was going on. It should be the matter of the dojo of limits a few days ago. He didn't think much of it and sneered in his heart. Runes masters had to buy specialized runes, purple runes, and runes pens. After turning a few streets, Lin Fei saw the Rune Guild. The Rune Guild existed in the 10 counties of the Unfalling Empire. In fact, the Rune Guild also belonged to another special force. They rarely participated in battles, but if anyone offended the Rune Guild, they would end up in a miserable state. Runes masters were terrifying in themselves. When hundreds or thousands of runes masters attacked, even a major force would be wiped out. Such incidents were not uncommon, which showed how powerful the Rune Guild was. Lin Fei didn't care about these things. He just heard that the Rune Guild had high-quality runes for sale, which could increase the success rate. It had always been popular among people. We failed again. This task is too difficult. It's impossible for us to complete it now. I don't think anyone can complete this task. Lin Fei entered the guild through the main door. With his sensitive ears, he immediately heard the discussion. The first thing he saw was a guild hall. On the left, there was a group of people arguing incessantly. It was hard not to attract attention. Lin Fei shook his head. He didn't pay attention to them. He was just here to buy some materials. There were many people in the Rune Guild, and people were coming and going. Lin Fei asked around and soon found a counter specially set up in the guild hall. There were all kinds of materials for runes. After learning about the virtual world, Lin Fei's eyesight had improved a lot. He could tell at a glance that the rumors were true. The things in the Rune Guild were indeed good. Of course, they were about the same as the materials in the virtual world. After all, the two were not on the same level. It's SOSO. I'll just make do with it. After learning about the virtual world, Lin Fei's eyesight was much higher than usual. Give me 10 sets of all these. The people in the Rune Guild swiftly packed up the materials. To them, there were countless people who came to buy materials every day. People like Lin Fei were most likely apprentices of some teacher. After packing up the materials, Lin Fei carried them. If not for the fact that there were people here, he would have kept them in his bag. He was thinking about what kind of talisman to craft. Just as he turned around, Lin Fei bumped into someone. Walla walla. A large number of scrolls fell to the ground. I'm sorry. Are you all right? After consuming the mutated fruit, Lin Fei's entire body was filled with godly strength. Even a light bump was powerful. The girl walking over had already fallen to the ground. Chapter 129. What a flirtatious girl. Lin Fei turned his head. When he saw the girl on the ground, he couldn't help but sigh. What are you looking at? Help me up. An arrogant snort sounded. The girl on the ground was wearing a tight-fitting black dress, which accentuated her slim figure. She was extremely voluptuous, especially her devilish waist, which was extremely lethal. Fortunately, Lin Fei's self-control was good, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances. At this moment, the long-haired girl was glaring at him. Oh, a little pepper. Lin Fei reached out to help her up. The girl's hand was very comfortable. Her skin was soft and elastic, so much so that Lin Fei held on for a while longer. But he didn't know that this small action, in the eyes of the long-haired girl, was equivalent to a pervert taking the bait. Can you let go of me now? The cold voice was undoubtedly reminding Lin Fei how long he wanted to take advantage of her. I'm sorry. Lin Fei hurriedly said, I'll help you pick it up. Oomph. The weasel has no good intentions when paying respect to the chicken. Lin Fei regretted meeting this little pepper just now. Forget it. I'm a good person. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. On the ground were scrolls. Lin Fei casually glanced at them and couldn't help but feel surprised. The scrolls were all answers to some runes, as well as some questions. If it was a few days ago, Lin Fei might be a complete noob. But after a few days of studying, his knowledge of runes had improved by leaps and bounds. He wasn't much worse than those geniuses. After all, he was in a virtual space and had the help of experienced NPCs. As long as he wasn't an idiot, he could become a genius. After reading a few scrolls, Lin Fei couldn't help but shake his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What kind of standard was this? The answers were too bad. Could it be that the Xintian continent's rune skills were this bad? In particular, there were a few questions that Lin Fei could solve with his eyes closed. The long-haired girl obviously didn't notice the change in Lin Fei. When he saw the last question, Lin Fei's interest was piqued. This was because no one had answered this last question, and he had heard this question mentioned by an NPC before. This is the improved runes diagram for runes. Here, Lin Fei gave the scrolls to the long-haired girl. The long-haired girl coldly snorted, "Umph. Next time you better wear your eyes when you walk. It's not every time you meet a good person like me." Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned around and left. What's so great about it? The long-haired girl couldn't help but feel a little angry. She was a famous beauty in the Rune Guild, yet this guy didn't even look at her. Could it be that this beauty's eyes weren't as good as his? Xiaoning, who made you unhappy? Do you want me to comfort you? Mooning was not in good mood. She frowned. If you want to die, then come at me. These people were just moving their lips and laughing. Because of Mooning's position in the Rune Guild, they did not dare to offend her. Mooning hugged the scroll and walked forward. Grandpa, I have brought all the scrolls for you. Leave them first. Coming out from the Rune Guild, Lin Fei didn't wander around outside. He directly returned to his house and took out all the materials. I can make level 2 runes now. What should I make first? After laying out the materials, Lin Fei stopped. He hadn't thought about what runes to make. Runes were divided into many branches. Among them were attack runes, support runes, and special runes. Attack runes were the best. They had an attack function, such as the level 3 fire talisman. Support runes were even more varied. They were not inferior to attack runes. For example, increased defense. Special runes could not be learned by ordinary runes. It was a special existence that was rarely passed down. The majority of runes that were circulated in the outside world were attack runes and support runes. As for special runes, they were rarely sold to the outside world. They were usually in the hands of families in big sections. With my current strength, I have a high chance of winning against an early-stage Martial Path Night Sky. But against a veteran enemy, it would be a big problem to win. Since my blade is mainly used for killing, I should choose to attack runes and kill them in one strike. Lin Fei thought for a while and finally chose to make attack runes. As the saying goes, the best defense is offense. Lin Fei liked to attack and was not good at defense. Therefore, it was best to attack runes and kill them in one strike to determine the winner in the shortest time possible. Rune Guild. As usual, Mu Changkong checked the questions submitted by his disciples. This was a habit he had developed over a long period of time. As the only level 5 runes master in Gue Yuan City, Mu Changkong had been depressed because he did not receive a suitable disciple. Runes master was different from others. It was extremely difficult to find a good disciple. Runes master had always been very strict in accepting disciples. The first point was talent, followed by character. Today, Mu Changkong was looking at the questions of his disciples as usual. Nonsense. Biting off more than you can chew. As a level 5 runes master, Mu Changkong rarely lost his temper. But in the face of the questions and questions from above, he could not help but get angry. Runes master was quite particular about knowledge. They had to be very strong in theory to be able to assist in practical actions. As for his disciples, and even the guild members, they were often biting off more than they could chew. They set foot in areas that many runes masters did not dare to enter. For example, several of the scrolls just now were examples of this. When he saw the last scroll, Mu Changkong only glanced at it. Because this scroll recorded a difficult problem, it was about the improvement of runes. This problem had existed for a long time. However, it had never been solved and was regarded as impossible. Therefore, Mu Changkong took it back. Casually glancing at it, he found that the runes on it had been modified a few times. Is it that arrogant kid who wants to show off again? This was the first thought that came to Mu Changkong's mind. This was because Mu Changkong had once left behind a sentence. Whoever was able to solve this difficult problem would become his personal disciple. Unfortunately, no one had been able to succeed. Mu Changkong did not take it to heart. He did not think that they could solve it. He casually put it on the table and prepared to study runes. Something is strange. Mu Changkong was able to become a level 5 runes master. His theoretical knowledge was not just for show. At first, he did not think much of it. However, that stroke of genius was kept in his mind, and he casually calculated it. This calculation was not important. Mu Changkong stood up with his eyes twitching. He was shocked. Genius, genius. I didn't know that runes could be improved like this. Mu Changkong grabbed the scroll and stared at the runes' blueprint. His hands were slightly trembling as he subconsciously described the runes' route in the air. The problem of runes that no one had ever solved was actually solved by someone. Mu Changkong immediately swept away his previous irritation. He could not wait to dig out the person immediately. The improvement of runes was not something that could be done by anyone. Even Mu Changkong did not dare to say that he could improve runes 100%. However, after looking at it just now, Mu Changkong could pat his chest and say, after the improvement of these level 3 runes, their power would increase by 1/3. Chapter 130. Rune Guild. Greetings, President. Greetings, President. Mu Changkong walked leisurely, but in fact, he was very anxious. As the president of the Rune Guild, Mu Changkong had not been so nervous for a long time. Even when he became a level 5 runes master, he was not as excited as today. The only thing Mu Changkong wanted to do now was to find that genius. A genius who could improve runes with just a few strokes was definitely a genius. Not only could he improve level 3 runes, he might even be able to improve higher runes. This kind of genius, Mu Changkong must accept him as a disciple no matter what. Grandpa, why are you here? Mu Ning was arranging the materials. As Mu Changkong's granddaughter, Mu Ning's talent was not bad. Her martial arts cultivation had reached level 7, and her runes master was a level 1 runes master. It was said that she was about to become a level 2 runes master. She could be considered as an outstanding figure in the Rune Guild. The appearance of Mu Changkong shocked many people. In their eyes, Chairman Mu rarely appeared in the hall, but today he appeared in the hall. Follow me. Mu Changkong turned around and walked back. It was not easy for a genius to appear in the Rune Guild. Mu Changkong did not want the news to leak out. If someone else got it first, he would have no place to cry. Secret, absolutely secret. This was the only thought in Mu Changkong's mind. Mu Ning felt strange. Her grandpa rarely seemed to be so anxious. As his granddaughter, she could see the clues. Grandpa, what happened? Mu Ning closed the door and could not help but ask. Mu Changkong said excitedly, Xiao Ning, do you know what Grandpa found today? Mu Ning blinked her eyes. Grandpa, look at how happy you are. Could it be that you have become a level 6 runes master? No. If outsiders were to see Mu Changkong's current expression, they would probably be dumbfounded. Even the usually serious Chairman Mu would act like a child one day. Even the quick-witted Mu Ning couldn't guess the reason. Grandpa, tell me quickly, what's the good news? Mu Ning pouted and acted like a spoiled child. Mu Changkong stopped teasing his granddaughter and picked up a scroll. Take a look. You'll know immediately. Mu Ning was a level 1 runes master, so her talent wasn't bad. She stared at the runes design, and her cherry lips immediately turned into an O shape. Congratulations, Grandpa. You've finally improved the level 3 runes. Mu Ning was very clear about this runes map. Her grandfather had been studying it for a long time, but he hadn't made any progress. She didn't expect that he would succeed in improving it today. She was sincerely happy for her grandfather. Mu Changkong laughed. Xiao Ning, you've guessed wrong this time. It's not Grandpa who improved it, but someone from our guild. Hurry up and tell Grandpa who improved this runes map. Grandpa must accept him as his personal disciple. Mu Ning was surprised. Grandpa wanted to accept a personal disciple. In the Rune Guild, a personal disciple status was much higher. Unfortunately, there were very few people who could become a personal disciple. This was because the requirements of the Runes Master were too strict. They didn't even agree to become an apprentice of the Runes Master. let alone a personal disciple. This was a watershed. Mu Changkong had a few guesses in his heart. Other than them, there seemed to be very few people who could improve it. Every time he saw the improvement on the scroll, Mu Changkong would feel that it was a stroke of God. It turned out that level 3 runes could be improved. Xiao Ning, don't just stand there. Hurry up and tell me. Mu Ning held the scroll. Her mind was blank. She clearly remembered that she had taken a look at the last scroll, especially the last scroll. She liked to pay attention to it. She also wanted to know who had the ability to improve this level 3 runes. Today, she remembered that the last scroll was clearly blank. When did it have a few more strokes? Mu Ning was confused. Her pretty face revealed a blank expression. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I also don't know who did it. Mu Ning lowered her head in shame. Mu Changkong suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. He sat on the chair and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Xiao Ning, you really didn't lie to Grandpa? Thinking that he was only one step away from being a genius, Mu Changkong was very depressed. All along, Mu Changkong wanted a personal disciple to pass down his knowledge. Now that there was finally a genius, he didn't know who it was. Mu Ning was about to cry. When I received the scroll, my granddaughter especially took a look at it. You also know that I usually like this. Today, when I received it, there was really no one who could solve this problem. I remember it clearly. There is absolutely no mistake. Although Mu Changkong was disappointed, he still wanted to know who it was. Do you think it was your senior brothers? Mu Ning shook her head. I don't think so. When I walked over, I especially took a look. Mu Changkong thought for a while. If you can't remember who it was, then forget it. This person appeared in our guild. Maybe he's from our guild. Maybe he'll appear again next time. Xiao Ning, you don't have to feel too guilty. Mu Ning really didn't feel good. Oh yeah, Xiao Ning remembered something. Could it be that he did it? A scene suddenly appeared in Mu Ning's mind. The scene of a young man helping to pick up the scrolls in the hall. Could it be him? Xiao Ning, did you remember something? Mu Changkong was spirited again. The Rune Guild wouldn't give up on any outstanding disciple. Mu Changkong wouldn't miss any rune's genius either. Thus, Mu Ning told him what happened in the hall. Apart from him, there seemed to be no one else who was suspicious. You said that he helped you pick up the scrolls? Mu Ning nodded. Yes, the scrolls fell on the ground. He picked them up behind my back. Apart from him, no one else touched the scrolls. But he's very young. I think he's not even 20 years old. I also saw him buying a lot of materials for Runes Master. It shouldn't be possible for him to improve the runes, right? Mu Changkong closed his eyes and slowly opened his mouth. Regardless of whether it's him or not, send someone to pay attention. Since that person appeared here, maybe he'll appear again next time. Gui Yuan City had a huge population. It wouldn't be easy to find such a person. The only thing they could do was to wait. Mu Ning said, Grandpa, don't worry. I'll definitely help you find that person. It's done. In the house, Lin Fei was holding a level 2 wind talisman in his hand. He grinned and laughed. Learning in the virtual world is really different. I didn't expect to succeed on my second try. This was the first time Lin Fei had created a level 2 runes. The wind talisman in his hand wasn't big. It wasn't even half the size of a palm. The aura of the wind was gently pulsating. Let me test its power first. Lin Fei held the wind talisman in his hand and looked at the stone table in the house. Open. The wind talisman left the air. A wind blade cut out like a white light. Chapter 131. My level 2 wine talisman shouldn't be any worse than a level 3 fire talisman, right? Looking at the cut stone table, Lin Fei was very satisfied with the power of the level 2 wind talisman. It had reached his expectations. From the moment he made it, Lin Fei had reason to believe that a level 2 wind talisman could beat a level 3 fire talisman. Learning in the virtual world, whether it was runes or runes making, was far better than learning in the Xintian continent. What he learned in the virtual world was the most orthodox runes technique. The runes technique in the Xintian continent had been lost for a long time. The power of a level 2 wind talisman made using the orthodox runes technique was certainly not inferior to a level 3 fire talisman. One was authentic, the other was incomplete. There was a big difference in power. If the news of today's scene were to spread out, Perhaps all rune masters would be dealt a blow. Generally, one could only make second-level runes, and they needed to be at least at the 8th level of the martial path and have a high level of talent to have the opportunity to make them. There were very few people like Lin Fei. In the virtual world, Lin Fei also spent a lot of time learning. Just making virtual runes took up a lot of time. In reality, if Lin Fei was not good at making runes, even NPCs would jump at him. The Wind Talisman has this kind of power. It's more or less enough. If I encounter an expert, I can throw out a handful of talismans and kill him instantly. Lin Fei smiled proudly. I have to quickly refine more talismans. To outsiders, runes were priceless items. Every single one of them was priceless. But for Lin Fei, runes were just a tool to enhance his strength. Runes masters were very difficult to make runes, and the success rate was not high. That was why runes masters were so popular. Lin Fei was different. He learned the authentic runes technique. His production level was better than ordinary runes masters, and his success rate was higher than theirs. Young master, mistress invites you. Just as Lin Fei was concentrating on creating runes, a voice suddenly rang out. Qing Wan's voice came from outside the door, with a hint of anxiety. Come in. Qing Wan was still dressed in green, pure and moving. My mother is looking for me? Lin Fei asked casually. When Qing Wan saw her young master making runes, she was very surprised. How does young master know how to make runes? Could it be that young master is also a runes master? A question arose in his mind. After getting along for a few days, Qing Wan felt that young master was not as bad as the outside world said. On the contrary, he was a good person. At least, that was what the Green Phoenix thought. Qing Wan hesitated. Master's entourage is back. He seems to be injured. Lin Fei stopped what he was doing and put down his runes. He frowned and stood up. I'll be right there. By the way, this runes is for you. Lin Fei had a good impression of the blue wand, so he took out a level 2 fire talisman. Especially since the atmosphere was not right recently, and the blue wand did not have much strength, it was good to have runes in hand. Lin Fei did not know that this runes had caused a lot of trouble. This is too valuable. I can't take it. Qing Wan waved her hands and was shocked. Lin Fei did not care about the consequences. He pulled Qing Wan over and placed it on her hand. With a sullen face, he said, There is no reason to take back young master's things. After saying that, he turned and left. Young master gave runes. Could it be that he wants? Qing Wan's face blushed. Meeting hall. When Lin Fei arrived, he found that his second brother Lin Feng was also there. Mother, you're looking for me? Lin Fei strode into the hall and nodded at his second brother. Fortunately, the little lowly was not here. Lu Qing called her youngest son over because she had no other choice. Have you rested well these few days? Very well. I slept all the way until dawn. It was more comfortable than living in the divine martial sect. I was really scared of that place. Lin Fei laughed. Mother, I heard that father's entourage is back. Did something happen? After returning from the divine martial sect, Lin Fei did not want to continue to be idle. It was time to help. Gui Yuan City was a remote place belonging to a tribal dynasty. In this area, the strongest cultivator was only a profound practitioner. Lin Fei's father was a profound practitioner. As long as he did not encounter a profound practitioner, Lin Fei believed that he could deal with it. Now that he had the runes in his hands, he had more confidence. Lin Feng was someone who could not hide the truth. He said angrily, Third brother, our people in the mining area were attacked by men in black for 3 consecutive days. Dozens of people were killed or injured. The mining area is now in a state of panic. Damn it, it must be done by them. Fenger, don't talk nonsense. There is no evidence. It will not be good if it is spread out. Lu Qing scolded Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to say something, but he held it back. Lin Fei understood that this must be done by the forces of Gui Yuan City. The Lin family had a weapon shop. Outside of Gui Yuan City, there were a few mining areas that were specially used to relieve the needs of the weapon shop. This was an attack on the Lin family's business. The mining area was a place where oil was coming out. They wanted to rob the mining area. At the moment, they would not do it by force. Once the meeting was over, the mining area might change hands. At the moment, it was just a test, a blow. Mother, do we need to go and deal with the mining area? Lin Fei was very straightforward. Lu Qing did have this idea. The Lin family was not as good as before. As the mistress, Lu Qing had to deal with everything. If something happened in the mining area, she had to deal with it. Currently, everyone in the Lin family was arranged to work. The mining area was important and could not be delayed. She had to deal with it as soon as possible. Thus, Lu Qing thought of the two brothers. Little Fei, you have grown up. Lu Qing sighed. Your mother has to stay in the Lin family to prevent trouble. The mining area can only rely on you two brothers. Mother will take out a team of black armored guards to help you manage the mining area. Lin Fei took a step forward. Mother, leave this matter to me. There is no need for second brother to do it. I can handle it. Besides, I have grown up. It is time to go out and take charge. The latter words were added by Lin Fei at the last minute. Third brother, this absolutely cannot be done. Lin Feng stopped him. The mining area was currently in a crisis. He was worried that something would happen to Lin Fei if he went alone. Second brother, I know what to do. Lin Fei said, it has been 5 years. Our Lin family has been in trouble because of me. Can I make it up to them? I want to use my actions to tell everyone that I, Lin Fei, am not the Lin Fei from 5 years ago. I can still take charge. Lin Feng was silent. He could not understand his younger brother. If it was not for what happened before, Lin Feng would not believe that his younger brother had changed so much. Lu Qing was also silent. A trace of joy flashed in her beautiful eyes. Which mother did not want their son to be successful? Her son's change was beyond imagination. She felt a burst of joy in her heart. Lin Fei understood that they were worried about him. If he wanted to go to the mining area, he had to add fuel to the fire. Mother, leave the mining area to me. I forgot to tell you that I am also a runes master. A level 2 runes master. Chapter 132. Gui Yuan City, City Gate. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Don't block the way. Get out of the way. Don't block the way. A group of men dressed in black rushed out from the end of the street, and the people on both sides subconsciously made way for them. No one dared to stand in their way. Those with a discerning eye could tell that they were the Lin clan's black troopers, the second strongest group of guards in the Lin clan. They had a strong, murderous aura, and every one of them was an elite. There were at least 100 enemies who had died in their hands, and not everyone could join them. Why does the leader look so familiar? It seems to be the Lin family's third young master. How can it be him? Did something happen? Maybe Lin Fei went out to pick up girls. Did you guys hear about what happened a few days ago? Third young master Lin is really something. He offended the Li family, the Zhang family, the Beigong family, and many other big and small families in one go. He's afraid of danger. So that's how it is. Third young master Lin also has times when he's afraid. He's quite bold to go out at this time. Isn't he afraid of being targeted? Then you should go ask third young master Lin. I thought that Lin Fei would change, but he's still as arrogant and show-loving as before. Third young master Lin had been in the limelight for the past few days. After the incident at the Dojo of Limits, everyone thought that Lin Fei had changed, but it seemed that he hadn't changed at all today. When third young master Lin led his men out, they realized that the Lin family's young master also had a day when he was afraid. Who would have thought that third young master Lin would go to the mining area? Gui Yuan City, City Wall. Someone was looking in the direction that Lin Fei had left. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize them. They were none other than Li Yuan and Beigong Wuqing. Beigong Wuqing had always been Li Yuan's follower. Wherever Li Yuan went, he would follow. It's a pity that Lin Feng didn't go. This Lu Qing is quite bold to let her son go to the mining area. I really don't know what she's thinking. Does she think that a single Lin Fei can solve the problem? Beigong Wuqing felt slightly regretful. Li Yuan smiled. Other than Lin Fei, the other person in the Lin family is his big brother Lin Yin. These two are the most talented. Now that Lin Fei has stepped into hell, the Lin family is isolated and helpless. Beigong Wuqing flattered him. Brother Yuan's analysis is very correct. This time, we must completely destroy all hope of the Lin family. Li Yuan retracted his gaze. Let's go. We can't miss this good show. Also, that 1,000,000 taels of silver isn't that easy to get. On the other side, in an elegant room, our young master Zhang Qian was leisurely sipping on a cup of tea while tapping his fingers on the table. Brother Gon, good news. Lin Fei went out with the dark troopers. Someone came in from outside. Lin Fei is dead this time. A cold glint flashed across Zhang Qian's eyes as he downed the tea in one gulp. Zhang Qian had lost all his face in front of the family elders. He couldn't lift his head for a while. In particular, the people who tried to kill Lin Fei were discovered. However, they couldn't be sure if they were killed by Lin Fei. The wounds were blurry, and they couldn't determine what kind of injury it was. No matter who did it, Lin Fei was undoubtedly the #1 suspect. The Zhang family couldn't swallow this anger. They had to find someone to vent on. Lin Fei was the best target to vent his anger on. They had received news about the mining area. As for who did it, there was no news for the time being. This wasn't a big problem. The important thing was that Lin Fei had left Gui Yuan City. In Gui Yuan City, they didn't dare to make a move openly. Everyone needed a cloth to cover their faces. Knowing that the Lin family wasn't as powerful as before, they didn't dare to force their way in. They didn't dare in public, but it was different in private. Who knew what they wanted to do? If they didn't let others know and didn't leave any evidence, the other party could only swallow their anger. Brother Qian, do you want to arrange a few people to deal with that brat night? Zhang Qian shook his head. There is no need for us to do it. There are many people who want Lin Fei dead. Let's just go and watch the show. Maybe we can even be the fishermen. Outside Gui Yuan City, on a hillside, Lin Fei stopped his horse on the hillside. He could vaguely see Gui Yuan City with a smile on his face. When this young master leaves the city, you must be tempted, Lin Fei said in his heart. This young master wants to see who wants to deal with me. When the time comes, I will take care of all of you, saving me trouble. Lin Fei wasn't pretending. He was considering the gains and losses, which was why he left Gui Yuan City. In Gui Yuan City, no matter how bad Lin Fei's temper was, he didn't dare to kill anyone. But outside of Gui Yuan City, it was different. Lin Fei believed that the news of him leaving the city would fall into the eyes of some people. Hee, I have already dug a pit, waiting for you to jump. Don't give me hope. Everyone listen up. We must reach the mining area before nightfall. Lin Fei patted the horse, causing it to feel pain and gallop forward. Behind him, the black troopers followed. A large cloud of dust was raised on the official road. The Lin family's mining area was outside of Gui Yuan City, in a place called Shatterstone Town. It was half a day's journey from Gui Yuan City. Lin Fei and his group rode on horses, so half a day's time was more than enough. In the afternoon, the sun set. Lin Fei arrived at Shatterstone Town as he wished. This place is really poor. Shatterstone Town corresponded to its name. Everywhere in sight were stones, big and small, countless of them. It was like a country of stones. Welcome, third young Master Lin. Just as Lin Fei arrived at the entrance, before he got off his horse, a few people came to Lin Fei. When he arrived, Lin Fei did some research and immediately took a seat for the person who came. The one who came was the clan member in charge of the mining area, Lin San. Uncle Lin, why are you here? Lin San was the first to be surprised when the Lin family arranged for third young Master Lin to come. After all, Lin Fei had a bad reputation, especially since he hadn't returned to Gui Yuan City recently. Originally, Lin San thought that the family would send a few experts over, but he didn't expect it to be like this. He was very disappointed. Fortunately, he brought the black troopers, so they had the ability to resist. Lin Fei was polite. No matter how dissatisfied Lin San was, he didn't dare to show it, because Lin Fei represented the Lin family. Since third young Master Lin has come personally, as your uncle, how can I not come out? Lin San smiled. Third young Master, you haven't eaten yet, right? I've prepared a banquet for you in town. Lin Fei smiled. Uncle Lin, now that you mention it, I'm a little hungry. Then I won't stand on ceremony. From Lin San's appearance, Lin Fei could hear the dissatisfaction in his tone. If the other party didn't welcome him, then maybe the banquet was to welcome others. It was just an act. Lin Fei would not make life difficult for Lin San. Taking advantage of Lin San with words was far less effective than taking action. Other than the Lin family, Shatterstone Town had many other powers. Chapter 133. Shatterstone Town wasn't big, and the powers involved were complicated. The reason was simple. Shatterstone Town was rich in all kinds of ores. In other words, there were many mines in this area. With more mines came more powers. Hence, Shatterstone Town got another name, Mining City. It was a place where ores were produced. The powers around Gue Yuan City basically bought ores for Shatterstone Town. Uncle Lin, how about we have a chat? Lin Fei made his request after eating and drinking. Lin San was slightly stunned and smiled. Third young master, if you don't mind, there's a tea room upstairs. Why don't we go there? Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Lin. Lin Fei was very polite. The corners of Lin San's eyes twitched. Since when did Lin Fei become so polite? In a tea room upstairs, Lin Fei and Lin San sat down, and someone immediately served them a pot of scented tea. The aroma of the tea wafted through the air. Good tea. Lin Fei took a sip and said with a smile. Third young master, you have a good eye. This scented tea can only be harvested once every 30 years. This batch was recently harvested. Before you leave, I'll get someone to get a packet. Lin Fei spoke. Lin San couldn't stay silent anymore. He was curious. What was Lin Fei trying to do? Didn't he know the current situation? Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei should be heading to the mining area and not Shatterstone Town. Lin San wanted to ask, but didn't dare to. After all, Lin Fei's impression of him was still 5 years ago. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Fei took a sip of tea and changed the topic. Uncle Lin, this is my first time in Shatterstone Town. There are many things I don't understand. Please enlighten me. The mining area could not be delayed. Lin Fei didn't rush to the mining area. Instead, he wanted to know the situation in Shatterstone Town. On the way back, Lin Fei had thought about what to do next. And this was just the first step. Lin San was surprised. He sat up straight. Third young master, what do you want to know? About the identity of the man in black who attacked us. Lin San shook his head and voiced his suspicions. We've used all our means to investigate, but the men in black who ambushed us seem to have appeared out of thin air. After they ambushed our mining area, they disappeared. I suspect that the men in black who ambushed us are from this area and are familiar with our mining area's defenses. This result was within Lin Fei's expectations. There was nothing surprising about it. Oh, got it, Lin Fei said. Tell me about the power distribution in Shatterstone Town. Lin San was taken aback once again. He had wanted to explain his own understanding of the situation, but Lin Fei had changed the subject. He was a bit angry, but in his heart, the most important thing right now was to find the black-robed man as soon as possible. However, he couldn't figure out what Lin Fei was trying to do. Lin Fei glanced at it and took a sip of his scented tea. It seemed to be saying, I'm in charge of the mining area now. You're just assisting me at most. An hour later, Lin Fei came out of the tea room. In an hour, Lin Fei had found out everything he wanted to know. He had a rough understanding of Shatterstone Town. Lin San was definitely unhappy. Uncle Lin, let's call it a night. I'll bring some men to the mining area tomorrow. After saying this, Lin Fei turned around and returned to his room. Lin San wanted to say something, but he sighed as he looked at Lin Fei's back. After such a short period of interaction, he couldn't understand Lin Fei. You could say that Lin Fei was muddle-headed, but many of his words were on point. He seemed to be very intelligent. You could say that Lin Fei was reasonable, but he couldn't figure out what he meant. It was as if he was here for an inspection. Lin San was conflicted. He had no choice. Lin Fei was in charge of the mining area now. I hope young Master Lin won't do anything stupid. Lin Fei returned to his room. He pushed open the window. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Lin Fei stood by the window, letting the moonlight shine on him. The first shot at the Lin family will start here. Lin Fei didn't ask the question for nothing. He had to deal with the men in black. Similarly, Lin Fei was very interested in Shatterstone Town. From Lin San, Lin Fei knew that there were many powers in Shatterstone Town, and it was very complicated. The mining area could be the Zhang family, the Li family. Similarly, it could be the other powers in the town. The trail of the men in black seemed to be broken. It was impossible to not find them in a short period of time. Lin Fei's idea was simple. He would tear open a hole and make them panic. The next morning, Lin Fei brought the black guards to the Lin family mining area. This scene was seen by many people. In their opinion, the Lin family didn't seem to care much about the mining area by sending a useless young master over. If this continued, it would be impossible to find out who did it. In the end, all their efforts would be in vain. At first, everyone thought that Lin Fei wouldn't come back after going to the mining area. However, he came back in the afternoon and stayed in his room without coming out. This went on for 3 days. He left in the morning and came back in the afternoon. This went on for 3 days, and he didn't seem to care much. Shatterstone Town didn't lack spectators. All kinds of rumors popped up like mushrooms after the rain. The situation was very bad for the Lin family. As mentioned before, there were many mining areas in Shatterstone Town, and the power was very complicated. Back then, the Lin family took over the big mining area because they were strong. No one dared to say anything. After all, in this world, the one with the bigger fist would get the most benefits. Especially in a cultivation continent, benefits were equivalent to all kinds of resources. In the past 5 years, the Lin family's power was not as great as it was in the past. The deterrence of their fists had lost its effect. Everyone began to become restless, especially after the Lin family occupied a mine that produced high-purity black iron stones. Greed and desire came crashing in like waves. Anyone who saw the existence of the Lin family, this big fat piece of meat, will want to take a bite out of it. If the Lin family was more decisive, these powers wouldn't have the guts to take a bite. Unfortunately, Lin Fei wasn't decisive, which satisfied their desire to take action. They felt that they could occupy the Lin family, a big fat piece of meat. The opportunity was right in front of them. In Shatterstone Town, all the powers started to move. This morning, the sky had just brightened. Everyone was still sound asleep. The sound of horses galloping came from outside. Some people recognized them. Weren't these the black guards of the Lin family? Why did they go out so early in the morning? They seemed very strange. They seemed to be in a hurry, as if something big had happened. What was it that attracted a lot of attention when seen by people with intentions? At noon, through all kinds of methods, they finally received a piece of news. A very shocking piece of news. The Lin family's mining area dug out premium black iron ore. Chapter 134. P.S. Thanks to Xiaoyi002 for tipping 100 cheating coins. A premium black iron ore has been found in the Lin family's mine. The news exploded like a bomb in Shatterstone Town, causing an uproar. Black iron ore was one of the main materials for forging weapons. The fact that the Lin family controlled the black iron ore mine had attracted many people. Now that a premium black iron ore had appeared, it was a huge blow to everyone. Everyone knew that it was not easy to form a top-grade black iron ore again. It was almost impossible for a top-grade black iron ore to appear in a black iron ore mining area. Every time a top-grade black iron ore appeared, it would definitely cause a big fight. It was clear how difficult it was to form, and the consequences were equally unpredictable. Now that a premium black iron ore had appeared in the Lin family's mine, everyone could not sit still, afraid that it would fall into someone else's hands. A regular black iron ore could be forged into a regular weapon, or a low-grade mortal weapon if one was lucky. If a premium black iron ore fell into the hands of a master blacksmith, it could be forged into a top or even a premium mortal weapon. For a warrior, a good weapon could increase their combat power by 30 to 40%. A high-grade or supreme-grade mortal weapon could raise one's combat strength to an unimaginable level. Everyone was tempted by the premium black iron ore. In their eyes, a premium black iron ore could increase their combat power. It was a rare opportunity. Hence, the various factions in Shatterstone Town arranged for their men to head to the Lin family's mine. They would snatch the premium black iron ore the moment they saw it. A premium black iron ore was worth their time. Moreover, almost all the factions were mobilized this time. They did not need to worry about the Lin family. On the contrary, getting the premium black iron ore was the way to go. The factions in Shatterstone Town were complicated. Pulling one hair could affect everything. As for whether the news was true or not, they did not need to care. They would rather believe it than let go of any opportunity. Lin family's mind. The once bustling mind had quieted down. The sneak attack by the men in black sent the mind into a temporary panic, especially when it happened twice in a row. Third young master, why are you still here? Something big is going to happen. Lin San got off his horse and ran to Lin Fei. When Lin San woke up in the morning and heard the news, he immediately felt his scalp go numb. If it was any other time, a piece of top-grade black iron stone would definitely be enough to suppress him. But now, the situation was different, and everyone was ready to make a move. The top-grade black iron stone became the bait, luring them to attack. Lin San scolded Lin Fei in his heart. Why didn't Lin Fei seal off such a big piece of news first? Now that everyone knew about it, he took a shortcut to get here. He knew better than anyone else that if this matter wasn't handled well, the Lin family would be in big trouble. The Lin family stood on the hillside of the mining area. Uncle Lin, look at how nervous you are. It's just a small matter. With me here, you don't have to worry. Lin Fei said calmly. Lin San said in a low voice, Third young master, this is no small matter. The black iron should not have appeared at this time. Have you informed the clan yet? Tell them to send the black troopers over as soon as possible, just in case. Lin Fei shook his head. No need, Lin San finally said angrily. What are you trying to do? A top-grade black iron appeared in the mining area, and you still say that this matter isn't important? Do you know what a top-grade black iron is now? It's a big fat piece of meat. Everyone wants to have a bite of it. In the past few days, Lin Fei's actions had completely infuriated Lin San, especially now that such a big matter had happened. Lin Fei wasn't anxious at all. Didn't he know the importance of this matter? He was hopeless. Uncle Lin, I will personally take responsibility for this matter. I won't care about this matter anymore. Lin San was really angry. He didn't expect third young master Lin to be so obstinate and self-opinionated. Dust rose from afar, and he realized that this matter wouldn't be easily resolved. Young master, I've arranged the matter that you asked me to. A middle-aged man appeared beside Lin Fei. This person was the captain of the black troopers, Zhao Yong. When they came, the black troopers were disobedient. Lin Fei sparred with them and immediately controlled them. Lin Fei said, Good, now we're just waiting for someone to take the bait. Zhao Yong asked carefully, Third young master, are we really going to do this? If we lose control, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Fei waved his hand and smiled. I dare to set up this trap because I'm not afraid of anything happening. Don't you think that there are too many powers in Shatterstone Town, and we need to control them? Zhao Yong didn't dare to speak. As the captain of the black troopers, he didn't have any right to question. Seeing Zhao Yong's silence, Lin Fei patted his shoulder. Don't worry, everything is under control. The Lin family isn't someone that any random person can deal with. This time, I will let them know what regret is. Zhao Yong sneaked a glance. This was the first time he knew that his young master was so ruthless. Once he made a move, it would be like a thunderbolt. He really didn't know who would fall for the trap this time. An hour later, most of the powers in Shatterstone Town had arrived. When they arrived, they found that the mining area was very quiet. They must have entered the mining pit. The item must be inside. We can't let the Lin family get it. Go in. Many people came. No one wanted to be left behind, especially after they couldn't see the Lin family. Their first thought was that the Lin family was close to the mining pit. The top-grade black iron was most likely inside. The top-grade black iron was born in the mine. It wasn't easy to take it out. It would take a lot of time. The top-grade black iron was definitely still inside. The Lin family wasn't as good as before. It's so many people now. So what if they robbed the Lin family's item? As for the third young master of the Lin family, he had long been neglected. What use could a kid who was still wet behind the ears do? The group didn't suspect anything. They got off their mounts and headed straight for the mining pit. The temptation of the top-grade black iron was like cheese to them. Little did they know, there was someone watching every move in the mining pit from afar. This person was none other than Lin Fei. Lin San was the most surprised. After those people entered the mining area, he had a bad feeling for some reason. From Lin Fei's calm face, Lin San felt that something was about to happen. Do it, as expected. Following Lin Fei's order, Zhao Yong, who was standing at the side, immediately made a hand gesture. Rumble, rumble. A loud sound reverberated through the sky. The place they were standing on shook the mountain. They almost lost their balance. In front of the mining area, the mounts all scattered in fear. The scene was a mess. Only a few people stayed outside. When they heard the sound of the earth shaking, they all sat on the ground in fright. Not good. Something happened. It's over. It's all over. Those who climbed up from the ground had fear on their faces. Chapter 135. No one would have thought that such a terrifying scene would occur today. The Lin family had discovered supreme-grade black iron ore in the mine. Every faction in Shatterstone Town had sent representatives. Their goal was simple: to check if the news was reliable. Another goal was to steal the supreme-grade black iron, or if the news was true. About 50 to 60 people had come today, but not long after, they had lost a large number of people. There were less than 10 people outside the mine. They watched the mine cave collapse in a daze. They couldn't imagine what had happened. With their combined power, who would dare attack them? The person at the outermost part of the mine stared at the mine cave in a daze. The next moment, his eyes widened and blood spurted out. His head had been pierced by an arrow, and he fell to the ground, blood everywhere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another arrow was fired from the shadows, and another 3 people died. The others finally realized that the Lin family was going to kill them. Run. Go back and tell everyone that the Lin family is going to attack us. If they still didn't know what was going on with the Lin family, then they would be fools. Their first priority was to escape from the mine. They believed that the Lin family wouldn't have a good ending. Who would have thought that the Lin family would be so cruel and kill so many elite disciples in one go? There were no stellar energy experts at the scene. Even if they were, they wouldn't be any better off. Unfortunately, they reacted too slowly. By the time they realized the danger, the mine had already been locked down. When the black troopers appeared, they couldn't muster any will to resist. Everyone knew how powerful the black troopers were. They might not be a match even if they worked together, especially when they used bows and crossbows that specialized in destroying mystical energy protection. The black troopers wouldn't waste time with them. Don't kill us. We surrender. We admit defeat. When they realized that they couldn't escape, they chose to surrender. Unfortunately, Lin Fei wouldn't give them the chance, and neither would the black troopers. A moment later, the remaining people were all shot to death. To deal with them, Lin Fei had mobilized crossbows that specialized in destroying mystical energy protection. If they used another type of bow and arrow, even stellar energy experts wouldn't dare to expose themselves to them unless they were willing to be shot full of holes. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In order to deal with them, Lin Fei had made all kinds of preparations, and the result was much simpler than he had imagined. Clear the corpses immediately. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the operation. The first step was done perfectly. Got it. Zhao Yong immediately rushed down. Lin San's jaw dropped to the ground. He couldn't believe that third young Master Lin had killed all the representatives of the forces in Shatterstone Town. Something big had happened. Lin San didn't even dare to speak. At first, he thought that Lin Fei didn't know anything, so he went back to remind him. But who would have thought that in just a few days, third young Master Lin would do something so sensational? Lin San gulped. The news about the top-grade black ironstone is fake. Lin Fei walked down and said with a smile, "When did I say that there was a top-grade black iron ore in our mine? That was just their wishful thinking. No one forced them." Lin San took a deep breath. "But do you know the consequences of your actions?" Lin Fei acted as if he didn't hear it. "Consequences? If I don't say it, if you don't say it, who would know that they died here? I want to find out who stole the black ironstone." After saying that, he turned and walked down. There were some things that needed Lin Fei to deal with. Killing them was Lin Fei's first step. The second step was to tear a hole in the current situation. Behind Lin Fei was Lin San, who was dumbfounded. Something big was going to happen in Shatterstone Town. Back at the mine, the corpses were piled up. Zhao Yong didn't know why, but in their eyes, there was only an order. Because of this incident, their eyes were filled with respect. The Lin family had been low profile for a long time. Killing them all at once made them heave a sigh of relief. Third young Master Lin had left a deep impression in their hearts. Third young Master, these corpses? Lin Fei waved his hand and looked at Zhao Yong. Are they almost cleaned up? Zhao Yong nodded. Young Master, don't worry. We never leave any traces behind. Lin Fei was very satisfied. He took out a piece of runes from his pocket. After tearing it apart, he threw it on the corpses. The corpses were all frozen. Following that, he threw a fire talisman. In an instant, the corpses that couldn't be dealt with disappeared completely, as if they were never there. Young Master, could it be that he was a runes master? From the looks of it, he seemed to be a level 3 runes master. This runes masters had a high status. Even in Gui Yuan City, runes masters were highly respected, especially the level 2 and 3 runes masters. They never thought that their third young master was an expert at the 7th level of the martial path, and also a runes master. This was beyond their imagination. Once they became a runes master, they would have a rune guild behind them. It was equivalent to having a backer. This time, they finally understood why their young master wanted to make a move. He had the ability to do so. From today onwards, we will camp here and be on high alert. Does everyone understand? Understood. After Lin Fei dealt with the corpses, he turned around and announced another piece of news. Everyone started to get busy again. Lin Fei came to the front of the destroyed mine with a faint smile on his face. As for what he had done, Lin Fei had nothing to feel guilty about. He chose to make a move from this aspect because he was familiar with it. Young Master, this mine? Lin San was worried. With such a big incident, Lin San believed that it would be impossible to hide it from them. Sooner or later, they would find out. Especially with this destroyed mine. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell. Lin Fei laughed. Uncle Lin, have you forgotten who I am? But this mine? Lin Fei smiled. He took out another runes and threw it at the collapsed mine. With a flash of white light, an incredible scene appeared. For some reason, the collapsed area had returned to its original state, and there was not a single flaw to be seen. Of course, it was an exaggeration to say that it was restored. In fact, it was the rubble that overlapped with each other, forming a new stone wall. The exit of the mine was restored to a stone wall. If they had not seen it earlier, they would not have believed that it was a mountain wall. But everything happened in front of them. They had no choice but to believe that it was real. The place that had returned to its original state without any flaws. It had blended with the surrounding environment. Who would have thought that there was a world within a mountain wall? Young Master, this Lin San had seen a lot of things, but the scene in front of him had truly frightened him. Lin Fei's face showed that he did not care, but he was more shocked than anyone else. This was the auxiliary runes. In the entire Gui Yuan City, Lin Fei believed that there were not many people who could make it, let alone think of doing it. There were many types of auxiliary runes. As time passed, all kinds of auxiliary runes were no longer made public. Auxiliary runes might seem useless, but their effects were no worse than attack runes. Chapter 136. That morning, the Lin family's mining area was in a closed state, and it only returned to normal in the afternoon. If it wasn't for what had happened in the morning, who would have thought that the mine had devoured countless lives? But now, it was as if nothing had happened. Of course, in the Xintian continent, the most worthless thing was human life. Large numbers of people, large numbers of cities, and countless martial artists were born. Dozens of lives were nothing to the people above them. At least for now. That afternoon, the people of Shatterstone Town noticed something wasn't right. Under normal circumstances, with so many people going over, no matter what kind of news there was, they would at least be able to send it back by now. But now, from beginning to end, the people they had sent out had not returned. It was the same for the other forces. The people they had sent out had not returned. This time, many forces felt that the situation was not good. The only thing he could think of was that something had happened to them. This was the only explanation. Although they were going out together, if the news was true, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any friction. Top-grade black iron, ore itself, was extremely valuable. Regardless of whether it was used as a gift or forged into a weapon, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, making it unstoppable. Thus, some of them were restless and decided to personally go and find out what was going on. They wanted to see who dared to lay their hands on their people. In their eyes, they represented a powerful force when they went to the Lin family's mining area. Even if the Lin family had any thoughts, they wouldn't dare to express them. One of the shops in Shatterstone Town was upstairs. Zhang Qian was drinking wine, his brows slightly furrowed. He had just found out about what had happened outside. "Little Qian, what do you think of this?" Sitting opposite him was Zhang Tianba, the person in charge of the Zhang family's mining area in Shatterstone Town. He had a full beard that made him look like a black man. "Something's wrong." Zhang Qian furrowed his brows and continued. "Under normal circumstances, our men should have returned as soon as they're done investigating. Yet, there's been no news from them. I'm afraid that something has happened." Zhang Tianba said in a low voice. Could it be the Lin family's doing? The people he had sent out were not weak, and they were adept at gathering information. Furthermore, with so many people going together, there shouldn't have been any problems. Yet, half a day had passed, and there was no news at all. The Lin family was the first person they thought of when something happened to the Zhang family's disciple. Then, they began to doubt whether the Lin family would dare to make a move at this time. Zhang Qian thought that he was smarter than most people, but he never thought that all of this was done by the Lin family. "Uncle Tianba, I don't think the Lin family did it. They don't have the guts to do it," Zhang Qian said. "Someone must have done it secretly. We must go there." Zhang Tianba's face darkened. Let's see who has the guts to do this." She turned her head and said, "The Lin family's third young master has been in the limelight recently. Uncle Tian will help you vent your anger later." Zhang Qian said, "Thank you, Uncle Tianba." The factions of power in Shatterstone Town headed to the Lin family's mining area one after another. Everyone felt that something was wrong. "Young Master Zhang, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence." On the way, Li Yuan bumped into Zhang Qian and smiled. "It's quite a coincidence." Zhang Qian didn't really like Li Yuan, but he still had a smile on his face. "You're also aiming for the top-grade black iron ore." Li Yuan's face turned awkward. "I'm just going to take a look." In his heart, he despised Zhang Qian. Who would speak like that? The Lin family had lost their position, and the Li family would be their biggest enemy in the future. Zhang Qian didn't mind stepping on them, especially since the Li family and the Beigong family were very close. "We won't disturb young Master Li. We'll be leaving first." Zhang Qian left these words, whipped his horse, and galloped away. "Brother Yuan, Zhang Qian is too disrespectful." Beigong Wuqing caught up from behind. Looking at the disappearing silhouette, he said coldly, "I think he's the one aiming for the top-grade black iron ore." Li Yuan's smile darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It's not that easy to get things." The Lin family's mining area. "Young master, they're here." Zhao Yong ran back and said to Lin Fei. Ever since he witnessed the strength of the rune's master, this Zhao Yong, who was at the 8th level of the martial path, treated Lin Fei as the real young master of the Lin family. There were many experts in the Black Armor Guards, and they admired the strong ones. At first, Lin Fei was just a playboy in their eyes, who asked the incident back then to spread throughout Gui Yuan City, and the impact was very bad. In the end, after the spar, they didn't dare to look down on Lin Fei anymore. Especially after this scene, this usually amiable young master, once he started fighting, he was not just an ordinary kind of ferocious. He killed dozens of people without even blinking an eye. Moreover, the powers behind them were complicated. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't dare to do that. Lin Fei stood up lazily. They came pretty fast. The show is about to start. Zhao Yong said, "What do we need to do?" "Young master, just tell us." The powers of Shatterstone Town used to be as obedient as mice, but after a few years, they've become hungry wolves. Young master should teach them a lesson and let them know the power of the Lin family. Lin Fei was very clear that based on the incident in the morning, he had established absolute authority in their hearts. "Don't worry, the Lin family isn't someone anyone can bully. The few major powers of Shatterstone Town, including some second and third-rate families, all came. That day, they appeared at the Lin family's mining area and immediately surrounded the area. However, the silence in the surroundings made them have a huge question. Where did their people go? There were no signs of battle at the mining area. This made them even more puzzled. Under normal circumstances, such a situation shouldn't have happened, but they couldn't see the presence of profound energy at the scene. They couldn't figure it out. Other than the black armor guards being on guard, they couldn't see any signs of battle. However, because of their appearance, the black armor guards revealed serious expressions. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! All of you, get out of the way! If you don't, I'll get angry and kill you all." That's right, get out of the way. Those people were all impulsive. First, they wanted to find someone. Second, to find out if the news about the supreme-grade black ironstone was accurate. When they saw their appearance, they believed that the news was most likely true. This is the Lin family's mining area. Let's see who dares to come in. Zhao Yong walked out with a murderous aura. As for the person you're talking about, we don't have him here at all. I advise everyone not to cause trouble here, or else we, the black armor guards, won't show mercy. Zhao Yong's tone was extremely cold. This angered the crowd, and many people were enraged. "You're just a small black armor guard captain. Don't you want to live anymore?" A burly man walked out from the crowd and walked all the way up. "Whoever dares to block my path, I'll slap you to death. I'll see who dares," Zhao Yong said in a daze, his eyes glaring at the burly man. Chapter 137. Get lost. The tall and sturdy man charged over like a tank. "You are courting death." The black-armored guards attacked together. Their blades were like shadows, and they didn't hold back at all. This was the habit of the black-armored guards. Once they attacked, they would use their killing moves and try their best to kill their target. Two black-armored guards attacked fiercely. The reason why the black-armored guards dared to attack was because they had received orders from their young master to kill anyone who attacked. That was why the black-armored guards were so cruel. Put on. Before the tall and sturdy man could attack, the two of them changed their attacks and were instantly killed by the black-armored guards. The smell of blood filled the air. "Lin family, how dare you? You even dare to kill people from our skull gang." The death of the tall and sturdy man caused quite a commotion. At least, no one expected the Lin family to be so ruthless. They killed the man right away and didn't leave anyone alive. There were so many powers here, and the Lin family still dared to kill. Their guts weren't just ordinary, especially when the black-armored guards killed someone from the Skull Gang. The Skull Gang had always been vengeful and would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Countless martial artists had died in their hands. In this region of Shatterstone Town, the Skull Gang controlled 3 mid-sized iron mines and 1 small black iron mine. The Lin family killing someone from the Skull Gang was the same as lighting the fuse. Everyone was happy to see the truth first. Today's incident was too strange. They couldn't see any men or traces of battle. It was unbelievable and hard to understand. Now is the time for the leader of the Skull Gang to appear. Everyone knew that the leader of the Skull Gang was cruel and did all kinds of evil. Normal people wouldn't dare to offend him. But in front of the Li, Zhang, and Beigong clans, the Skull Gang wasn't a threat at all. They could wipe them out with a flick of their fingers. It was the best way to test the Lin family. That was why no one stood out to stop him. They were all scheming in their hearts. Top-grade black ironstone. Disappeared subordinates. This was the thing they wanted to know the most. Now that the leader of the Skull Gang, Chun Gang, made his move, they were more than happy. Chun Gang was furious. He was like a volcano that was on the verge of exploding. When Chun Gang walked out, Zhao Yong's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect this person to be from the Skull Gang. People from the Skull Gang were known not to be provoked. If it was in the past, the Lin family could just move their lips and the Skull Gang would be annihilated. But now was different. The Lin family's influence had weakened, which was why Chun Gang dared to stand out. Faction leader Chun, what do you want? Zhao Yong stepped forward and said coldly. Chun Gang frowned. It's not up to you to teach people from the Skull Gang a lesson. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as it landed on the two. Dying. Chun Gang had a fiery temperament, not to mention that his disciple had been killed on the spot. He actually bypassed Zhao Yong and appeared in front of the two black armor guards. His fists were like cannonballs as he punched at the two of them. Stop! Zhao Yong didn't expect that Chun Gang would really dare to make a move. He immediately pounced forward and clawed at Chun Gang's back. If this claw landed, Chun Gang would definitely be injured. The two black armored guards reacted very quickly because this punch was too ferocious and because Chun Gang cultivated in a yellow class fist art. Although they reacted very quickly, facing this fist art, the two of them were unable to block it. Poochie! The two of them were sent flying. Soon after, a figure appeared behind them, dispersing the violent force. Even so, the two of them still suffered heavy injuries. Thank you, young master. The two of them were pale and ashamed. The person who attacked was none other than Lin Fei. If it wasn't for him dissipating the force, the two of them would probably be heavily injured. This faction leader, Chun, is quite capable. Lin Fei caught the two of them. On the battlefield, Zhao Yong and Chun Gang were fighting, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. Azure Dragon Break. A faint dragon roar rang out in everyone's ears. The crowd saw Zhao Yong's figure fly out. Obviously, he was injured by that punch. The way they looked at Chun Gang changed. Zhao Yong was at the 8th sky of the martial path, but he couldn't block Chun Gang's attack. It could be seen that this faction leader, Chun, wasn't as weak as the rumors said. On the contrary, he was extremely powerful. You black armor guards are only SOSO, Chun Gang said. Today, all of you will be buried together with my men. As the sound of his voice faded, Chun Gang pounced over. His movement technique was extremely fast, surprising everyone once again. Movement technique was an important thing for martial artists because it could be used in conjunction with attacks. Movement techniques were unique and had great effects when used. You're courting death. Zhao Yong was injured, but he wasn't afraid of Chun Gang. He coldly snorted and was about to go up. Captain Zhao, come down. You're not his opponent. Lin Fei's eyes were like torches. He could tell that Zhao Yong wasn't Chun Gang's opponent at a glance. This was the most powerful fist technique he had seen so far. If he wasn't wrong, Chun Gang must be born with divine strength and cultivated a firm and fierce heart technique. Although he seemed to be at the 8th sky of the martial path, he was actually comparable to the 9th sky of the martial path. Ordinary people would not be a match for such a brutal fist technique unless they cultivated both internal and external energy. Lin Fei had this kind of insight. Therefore, Lin Fei suddenly became interested. Zhao Yong was stunned for a moment. In fact, he didn't want to fight Chun Gang from the bottom of his heart. He originally thought that the two of them were about the same, but after the exchange just now, Chun Gang's strength was obviously higher than his. He was not Chun Gang's opponent. He decisively chose to retreat. He believed that the young master had his own reasons. Want to leave? It's too late. Chun Gang sneered. Azure Dragon Break. The fist whistled down, and the shadow of an azure dragon appeared. This was obviously a fist technique that hadn't reached the great accomplishment. Even so, the terrifying power still brought about a great threat, which surprised everyone. Chun Gang was going to go all out. Everyone could see that. This was a test of the Lin family by Chun Gang. A captain of the Black Troopers had been killed. If the Lin family lowered their heads and kept quiet, it would be equivalent to giving up their original qualifications. This Master Chun is really good. Even Zhao Yong has been defeated. I'm afraid only Lin San can suppress the situation here. Unfortunately, his strength is not Master Chen's opponent. The Lin family is going to be unlucky. Everyone was eager for Chun Gang to do so. The reason was very simple. They wanted to see where the bottom line of the Lin family was. Impudent. A loud voice, like a bell from the sky, rang in the mind, startling countless birds. This was not a sound wave technique, but the effect of mystic chi. 8 Desolations return. A black shadow appeared in front of Zhao Yong and met it with a punch. The shadow of the Azure Dragon was broken. Lie down. Lin Fei closed in and punched again. This time, he didn't use a fist technique, but pure divine power. You're courting death. Chapter 138. Lin Fei was just worried that no one would jump out to cause trouble. It was the same as losing an opening. The Skull Gang's move was exactly what Lin Fei wanted. If no one was present, he might praise them for their actions. Furthermore, the leader of the Skull Gang had made a move, and the meaning behind it was self-evident, especially when the other factions were probing them. Chun Gang became the blade in his hand. This blade was really sharp. It could slice through everything. However, this sharp blade had to face Lin Fei, who was a thick metal board. A victor had to be decided, along with Lin Fei's domineering attacks. Everyone expected that they would reach their goal soon. If third young Master Lin lost, that would be the best. It didn't matter if Chun Gang lost. On the contrary, if Lin Fei killed him, that would be the best. After all, the Skull Gang was not a small gang. They controlled a few of the mines and could be considered as a powerful faction. They could take over the mines. Thus, it didn't affect them much who won or lost. Green Dragon Tail Whip. As Chun Gang punched out, he transformed into an azure dragon and a berserk aura spread out. Even though his form was different, he was very proficient in controlling his aura. He used the aura to suppress Lin Fei and then used his fist to injure him. It was a two-pronged attack. Chun Gang had relied on this fist technique to kill many people. Lin Fei didn't dodge or dodge. His fists smashed down as usual. Since you sent yourself to me, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Fei wanted to establish his dominance. After consuming the God Force fruit, Lin Fei hadn't truly used his God Force. Even when he faced enemies, he restrained himself. To establish dominance, Chun Gang could only blame himself for being unlucky. He could have done anything else, but he just had to come to him. He deserved it. That fist contained all of Lin Fei's God Force. Outsiders couldn't see the God Force, but the mountain-like fist could still be seen. They couldn't help but be confused. Come! Chun Gang's fist rained down on Lin Fei's body like a storm. His movements were really quick. Third young Master Lin, this is all your fault. Chun Gang laughed. Now you've been hit by my Black Dragon Chi. If I don't help you, you won't live for more than 7 days. As long as you hand over the top-grade Black Iron Stone, I can save your life and help you get rid of the Chi. The Azure Dragon Heart Sutra possessed the cold Yin characteristics of the ancient Azure Dragon. Lin Fei was poisoned by his own Azure Dragon Chi. Chun Gang subconsciously brought the other party in. Except for him, no one else could break it. If the patriarch of the Lin family was still here, he wouldn't have the confidence to do so. Unfortunately, the patriarch of the Lin family had yet to return, and there was no one in Gue Yuan City who could resolve it. Lin Fei laughed. That's not necessarily true. Everything has an exception. His smile was filled with disapproval. At this moment, Lin Fei's hands moved. With the invincible Vajrabhati and the 9 revolutions, Xian Qi, the cold Yin Qi in his body had long been mostly neutralized, and it did not affect him at all. Then it was time to fight back. Lin Fei immediately grabbed the other party's hands. All of this happened in a split second. Chun Gang was secretly shocked. He immediately activated the Azure Dragon Chi, wanting to shake Lin Fei away. A question popped up in his heart. How could his strength be so strong? He felt as if his hands were being pressed by a mountain. The Xian Qi rebounded as if it was on a hard boulder. Not good. Sect leader Chun was indeed the sect leader. His hands could not escape from Lin Fei's grasp. Instead, he chose to attack from close range. It turned out that Chun Gang's leg technique was still good. In an instant, Chun Gang kicked more than 10 times in one breath. All of them landed on the other party's body. It was so fast that one could not even see the traces of his kicks. This was obviously the result of training his leg technique to a certain level. Very good leg technique. Unfortunately, it's useless against me, Lin Fei said indifferently. In fact, when he kicked, Lin Fei moved on his own. The flowing wind footwork was not just for show. It looked like the leg technique landed on Lin Fei's body. In fact, he dodged it one by one. But in the eyes of others, it seemed like Lin Fei was hit. In fact, the difference was huge. How'd you dodge it? Chun Gang finally felt uneasy. It was understandable that he could dodge the fist technique, but his leg technique could even smash a giant rock. But why was it useless against Lin Fei? Unfortunately, what he got in return was Lin Fei's cold voice. You can slowly think about it in hell. Lin Fei raised his fist and punched down. It was as fast as the wind. Chen Gang's eyes were filled with fear. No, this punch gathered all of Lin Fei's strength. When it landed, Chen Gang's Xianqi was unable to cover his entire head. Lin Fei's punch felt like he had punched a watermelon. Instantly, the red and white parts gathered together, and Chen Gang fell to the ground. Chen Gang was dead. The Skull Gang sect leader was dead, just like that. The spectating forces all knew one thing. Lin family's third young master wasn't weak, but the scene in front of them toppled their imaginations. The Skull Gang sect leader was killed just like that. It was inconceivable. Of course, most of them were grumbling about how useless the Skull Gang sect leader was to be killed in just a few moves. How embarrassing. To some of them, they realized that they knew too little about third young Master Lin. Many of them secretly decided that if there was a chance, they would definitely investigate him. Lin Fei threw the corpse on the ground like he was throwing rubbish. Everyone came here for the supreme grade black iron ore. I can tell you that the supreme grade black iron ore isn't with me. Lin Fei's gaze was cold as he spoke indifferently. No one expected Lin Fei to say such a thing. The supreme grade black iron ore was gone? Third young Master Lin, if you say that it's gone, you should at least give us a reason. Someone shouted from the crowd. Lin Fei's gaze was like lightning. He used his drifting wind movement technique and returned to the person who brought it back. Without asking for a reason, he punched him. Just like Chen Gang, his head exploded. This is the reason I'm giving you, Lin Fei said. The supreme grade black iron ore was stolen. As for who stole it, all of you know it. The Lin family's mining area doesn't have the supreme grade black iron ore that you all want. From the moment Lin Fei defeated Chen Gang to the time he defeated another martial artist at the seventh firmament of the martial path, everyone finally understood that they were facing a powerful third young Master Lin. Fresh blood stained his body, but Lin Fei didn't care at all. He allowed the blood to drip onto the ground. Stolen? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The supreme grade black iron ore was stolen? How was that possible? That was everyone's first thought. If it was before, they definitely wouldn't believe it. They would think that the Lin family had hidden the black iron ore. But there was something that was suspicious. The representatives that came in the morning had all disappeared. There were no signs of a battle at the scene. They couldn't help but be prejudiced. Was the supreme grade black iron ore really stolen? Was that why third young Master Lin was so angry? Who asked Lin Fei to kill two people just now? One of them was even the sect leader. His strength was at the 8th stage of the martial path. It was a little hard to accept. Third young Master Lin, I don't really believe you. Chapter 139. Lin Fei had brutally killed two people in a row. To the crowd, this was not a small amount of pressure, especially the leader of the Skull Gang. Lin Fei had killed him without a second word. Direct. Not just any kind of direct. Brutal. Not just any kind of brutal. Among them, many of the weaker forces were only here to watch the show or steal something in passing. Seeing the famous gang leader, Chun die, just like that, they could not help but think of themselves. They were afraid that the same thing would happen to them as well. After killing Chun Gang, Lin Fei killed another person without saying a word. This was clearly directed at them. It could be said that they all had a certain amount of fear, and this fear was based on Lin Fei's methods. Chen Gang had died without even knowing what had happened. They did not want to repeat the same mistake. Thus, Lin Fei threw out a huge bomb. At the very least, no one dared to attack Lin Fei first, afraid that they would be the next unlucky person. Of course, this did not mean that everyone was afraid of Lin Fei. It had to be said that Lin Fei's display of power had suppressed many forces. They did not dare to act blindly for the time being. For the top forces, Lin Fei's methods would at most make their eyes light up. They would not be too worried. The family behind them was their source of confidence. The one who spoke was Beigong Wuqing. It was undeniable that Beigong Wuqing was a follower, but he had many advantages when it came to handling matters. For example, he had turned the situation around with a single sentence. Everyone knew that if Lin Fei continued, their operation this time would completely fail. Lin Fei looked at Bei Gong Wuqing. What a joke. What a joke. Do you think the Lin family can kill all of them? If you want to cause trouble, you'll have to cause trouble yourself first. Lin Fei thought to himself. Killing 2 people in a row, just now, was indeed a deliberate move by Lin Fei. It was nothing more than to intimidate those who wanted to take advantage of the situation. He was telling them directly that if they were not afraid of death, they could come at him. This move was very effective. Lin Fei thought it was normal for Bei Gong Wuqing to stand up for him. Lin Fei countered with a question that left Bei Gong Wuqing with no way to explain. Who asked them to leave no evidence at the scene? He didn't like them. If it wasn't your Lin family who killed them, then who else could it be? Obviously, this was Bei Gong Wuqing's shameless way of putting the blame on the Lin family. This was their simplest goal. Everyone wanted the top-grade black iron Oregon. Pushing the top-grade black iron or to the Lin family would bring about a series of repercussions. In particular, on their way here, they wanted to see the Lin family offending various forces. How could they let Lin Fei deal with this trouble so easily? It seemed like a shameless move, but the Bei Gong family was currently the most powerful family to replace the Lin family. Outsiders did not dare to say anything, and they could not afford to offend them. Bei Gong Wuqing was very pleased. I'm slandering you. What can you do to me? Who asked the Lin family to not be the Lin family of the past? If I don't bully you, who else should I bully? Many people were silent. This matter was not something they could interfere with. More importantly, the people they had arranged in the morning had all disappeared. Everyone at the scene began to suspect if they had done it in secret. They did not want to miss out on the top-grade black iron Oregon. Lin Fei smiled. Do you think the Lin family has the ability to do it? You saw the scene. If the Lin family could really do it, they would not have been ambushed by the men in black. I can tell you clearly that the top-grade black iron ore has long been snatched away. You have all become a tool in their hands. If you really don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. But if anyone dares to falsely place the blame on the Lin family, I don't mind sending you to hell. Lin Fei looked at the crowd coldly. With the previous example, many people wisely chose to avoid his gaze. If Lin Fei really got angry, they did not want to be the unlucky ones. Seeing that these people were frightened, Bei Gong Wuqing was not willing. This was against his goal. He laughed coldly. Third young Master Lin, you don't have to continue lying. You keep saying that the top-grade black iron ore is gone. Who knows if it's still inside? We want to check your mind. This is the best proof. Bei Gong Wuqing was not stupid. He could not think of a good idea. Bei Gong Wuqing even saw Li Yuan's approving gaze. Li Yuan had always held a grudge against him for what had happened in the extreme arena. Originally, they did not want to do anything. Just the top-grade black iron ore alone was enough to give the Lin family a headache for a while. In the end, Lin Fei scared everyone with a few words. Li Yuan was very disappointed. Luckily, Bei Gong Wuqing did not disappoint him. With a few words, he gained the upper hand. Just like what he said, didn't you keep saying that the top-grade black iron ore was not there? Then let everyone see clearly. They believed that the top-grade black iron ore was definitely inside. They had no doubts. This included many people's thoughts. Due to Lin Fei's methods, they did not dare to say anything. From the bottom of their hearts, they wanted to find out the truth. Words had no proof. They would rather believe their own eyes. Bei Gong Wuqing's words stirred up their desire to find out. No one would miss this opportunity. This guy does have some skills. Lin Fei snickered in his heart. Wanted to find clues about the top-grade black iron ore in a mine? Dream on. On the surface, Lin Fei still refused flatly. I don't agree. This decision fell into the eyes of the others, especially with such a firm tone. If there was not an accident, then there was definitely a problem. There were only these 2 points. Bei Gong Wuqing and Li Yuan laughed. This was exactly what they wanted from Lin Fei. Third young Master Lin, didn't you say that the top-grade black iron ore was stolen? Then what do you mean? Bei Gong Wuqing asked very cleverly. Of course, what he meant was to let everyone know that Lin Fei was lying. The item must be in the mine. They just needed a reason. Third young Master Lin, I think you should let everyone go in and have a look. If there is no top-grade black iron ore, I can guarantee that we will turn around and leave. At this time, Zhang Qian also stood out. Both clans were major forces. When it came to the top-grade black iron ore, the Zhang clan would not just stand by and watch. They had to intervene and not let the Li clan and Beigong clan reap all the benefits. Zhang Qian's appearance was equivalent to forcing them to abdicate. The Li clan, the Beigong clan, the Zhang clan, no matter which one it was, they could not be underestimated. As for the Zhang clan's interference, Li Yuan was very unhappy. In this situation, they could only do this. Once a commotion was made, it would not look good and they would lose face. The Zhang clan's appearance undoubtedly brought a lot of pressure to Lin Fei. It was enough to force Lin Fei to make the best choice. The most important thing now was to check if the information was accurate. As for the top-grade material being stolen, they did not take it to heart for the time being. They thought it was an excuse from Lin Fei, an excuse to stop them. However, this excuse was too funny and could not withstand the storm. Chapter 140. P.S. Thank you for the 100 Qidian coins from and Dragon on the Journey, and you'll regret it later. Lin Fei was amused. Sooner or later, these guys would experience what it meant to shoot themselves in the foot. The Supreme Grade Black Ironstone was just a fake news to create chaos among them. No matter how they searched, the result was the same. It was like drawing water with a sieve. The pressure from a few families undoubtedly made the others restless again, and they had to find out the truth. Unless Lin Fei wanted to offend all of them, Lin Fei had a sullen expression. In reality, this was just an act. If he remained indifferent when others forced him, it would be too unbecoming. Who didn't know how to act? Lin Fei was also good at acting. Young Master Zhang, do you also think that I'm lying to you? Do you want to swallow the Supreme Grade Black Ironstone? Lin Fei stared at Zhang Qian and said. Zhang Qian smiled. Third young Master Lin, you're mistaken. I'm not saying that the Lin family wants to swallow it alone. We just want to know the truth. This is also what everyone wants. This was too much. Zhang Qian would not say that he wanted to check and directly pull everyone over. What he meant was that he had no choice but to agree. If he offended all of these people, the Lin family would not be able to continue operating here. Third young Master Lin, we want to check the mine. We want to check the mine. If there's no Supreme Grade Black Ironstone, we'll leave immediately. Many leaders of the forces spoke up. In addition to checking the mine, they also wanted to check if there had been a battle. Their people had disappeared without a trace, and they had to find a mastermind. The most suspicious ones were the Lin family. But then again, if the Lin family killed them silently, there would definitely be traces left at the scene. Hence, the mine was the best place to do it, be it for a sneak attack or an ambush. They had to go to the mine. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not take the gazes of the crowd to heart at all. Do you really want to check the mine? Lin Fei's tone was firm. The crowd was not surprised by his performance at all. Now that the Lin family was weak, they had no choice but to agree. Third young Master Lin, as long as there's no top-grade black iron, or we'll turn around and leave immediately. Li Yuan stepped forward and said. In his heart, there had to be something wrong with the mine, especially when there were people guarding outside. Coupled with Lin Fei's tone of refusal, it was not difficult to guess the problem. There's something wrong with the Lin family's mine. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's ruthlessness, they wouldn't mind rushing in to take a look. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Young Master Li, young Master Zhang, you are the four great young masters. Let me ask you, if a bandit came over and said he wanted to see the situation in your house, would you be willing? Neither of them expected Lin Fei to be so sharp. Zhang Qian said, Then what do you want? This was what Lin Fei wanted. After a moment of deliberate silence, he said, Actually, there's nothing wrong with letting you check the mine. However, I don't want the Lin family to be wronged, so I would like to pledge something to you as compensation. How about it? Everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Fei with complicated gazes. What was this third young master of the Lin family trying to do? Li Yuan, Beigong Wuqing, and the rest felt their hearts skip a beat. Li Yuan had been unable to lift his head for the million taels of silver. He didn't expect Lin Fei to offer something as collateral and couldn't help but think of the silver. First, they thought of a trap. After all, they had suffered a huge setback that day. Almost the entire Gui Yuan city knew about it. When Lin Fei brought up this matter again, they couldn't help but be cautious, wondering if there was a trap. After falling for it once, They didn't dare to foolishly continue. Lin Fei, how dare you? Do you think you have this right? Beigong Wuching sneered. Lin Fei said, whether I have this right or not, you can try. I want to see who dares to barge in. I don't mind keeping you here. Lin Fei believed that they would all agree. And this was one of Lin Fei's steps. Lin San, Zhao Yong, and the rest also didn't understand why Lin Fei wanted to do this. They couldn't figure it out. What do you want us to pledge? Li Yuan asked. After pondering for a while, Li Yuan couldn't figure out Lin Fei's purpose. Lin Fei knew it would be like this. This was already in his imagination. The top-grade black iron or has long been stolen. If you want to see it, each of you can take out 1,000,000 taels of silver. I can let you go in and see what's going on. If it turns out that everything is wrong, I'm sorry. This silver will be our compensation. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They wanted to say something, but when they thought of what happened just now, they didn't dare to say it. They were afraid of becoming the next unlucky person. After all, they had seen Lin Fei's brutality. Third young Master Lin, do you think we're fools? You want to pledge 1,000,000 taels of silver just to see a mine? Li Yuan's eyes were filled with anger. Lin Fei pointed at the mine behind him, as if he had already expected this. If we can prove that all of this was done by the Lin family, you can take this black iron mine away. Are you satisfied? His voice was sonorous and forceful. Black iron mine. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They were all very clear about the value of the black iron mine. The first thing they thought of was whether something had happened to Lin Fei. Although they didn't show any change in their expressions, they were all thinking about the chances of success. If they could really get their hands on it, it would definitely be a big deal. Everyone was tempted. In the black iron mine, there was a treasure bowl, especially since this black iron mine had a top-grade black iron, or there might be a chance for another one to appear. No one was willing to give up such a good opportunity. Regardless of whether Lin Fei was real or not, they were tempted. It would be strange if they weren't tempted by a black iron mine. If it was someone else who said it, they wouldn't believe it. But since it was Lin Fei, there was nothing for them to worry about. Lin Fei's words made Lin San jump in fright. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. Third young master, this won't do. Lin San lowered his voice. Uncle Lin, I know what to do, Lin Fei said. Third young master Lin, you're very courageous. Based on your words, we'll fork out 1,000,000 taels of silver. Zhang Qian was the first to speak. Using 1,000,000 taels of silver in exchange for the right to control the black iron mine. The benefits of this were tempting. They believed that they could find the secret of the mine. As long as they could prove something, they would be able to take over the mine. As for what the Lin family would do, they didn't have to worry. This huge pie that fell from the sky made them feel like they were about to faint from happiness. Chapter 141. Regardless of third young Master Lin's motives for making such a promise, they chose to participate and share in the benefits. They had to get their hands on the black iron mine first. This was the common thought of many factions. Everyone in the mine had money in their pockets. Even if they didn't, they could send someone back to get the money. After all, they wouldn't lose anything. 1,000,000 seemed like a lot, but it wasn't. Many people didn't want to miss this opportunity. Those who thought they had some ability all bet 1,000,000 silver taels to get a share. 1,000,000, 2,000,000, 3,000,000, 21,000,000. That was the final number, a huge number that had been put together. Third young Master Lin, can we go in and check now? Beigong Wuching sneered. If not for Lin Fei's threat earlier, they definitely wouldn't have given him face. It could be said that the following scene happened because they had given him face. 21,000,000 silver taels was a huge sum. Even they didn't expect it to be 21,000,000 silver taels. They were a little envious and wanted nothing more than to get their hands on it. If this sum of silver fell into the hands of the Lin family, it would definitely be a great help. Of course, they didn't think that Lin Fei would have a chance to take this sum of money. Instead, he would hand over the black iron mine. As long as they went in, there were no clues they couldn't find. The mine was only so big, and they knew exactly where the supreme grade black iron ore was. No problem. Lin Fei said, you can go in now. I'll wait for you outside. If you're worried that I'll escape, you can arrange for people to stay outside. Hearing this, the crowd was surprised. Had the supreme grade black iron or really been stolen? They left their men behind to keep an eye on Lin Fei, afraid that something might happen. Lin Fei stood outside with a leisurely expression. Go, all of you. This 21 million is all mine. Lin Fei was a little tempted by the 21 million silver taels. Lin Fei didn't care about the 1 million silver taels from before, but 21 million was a completely different story. This sum of money was nothing more than the interest Lin Fei had collected. Watching them rush in one by one, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel amused. If they realized that there was nothing inside, what kind of expression would they have? There are traces of battle. There's blood here. It seems like someone really did come in. Young master, your ability to pass off the fake as the real one is too amazing. Zhao Yong was impressed. The mental damage of 21 million was once again toyed with. Zhao Yong knew that he wouldn't be able to do it. Hee, this is just interest. Lin Fei laughed. There will be a good show soon. An hour later, the miners came out of the mine. They didn't walk out calmly. Instead, they ran out aggressively. This is bad. Seeing their actions, Lin San's heart skipped a beat. He thought that something had happened, but he didn't know what to do. Everyone, I'm not wrong, am I? Lin Fei said, the item is indeed not in our hands, and because of this, we have lost many people in the mine. The top-rate black iron ore was truly gone. That was why they were so angry. This included the scouts they had arranged in the morning. They couldn't find any traces in the mine, so they couldn't achieve their goal. Lin Fei, are you the one behind all this? Beigong Wuqing jumped out and pointed angrily at Lin Fei. He was the angrier one. Under normal circumstances, there would definitely be what they wanted in the mine, but there were no clues at all. The only clue was that someone had killed their way into the mine and stolen the top-grade black iron ore again. However, Beigong Wuqing's heart ached at the loss of 1 million silver, which was why he had jumped out. F*CKU. Lin Fei moved like the wind and grabbed Beigong Wuqing's finger. Beigong Wuqing's pained voice rang out, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. The gravel on the ground exploded into pieces. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Lin Fei attacked again. His target was still Beigong Wuqing. Beigong Wuqing fell into Lin Fei's hands in a single move. It was a tragic sight. It hurt so much. Let go. Lin Fei looked down from above and kicked Beigong Wuqing. Now you know pain? Why didn't you think about it when you were talking nonsense just now? How dare you slander our Lin family? You must have eaten a leopard's gall. Beigong Wuqing's divine power surged out, and he almost wanted to roll around in pain. However, a huge mountain was pressing down on him, so he couldn't move. He could only look at Li Yuan and ask him to save him, afraid that he would become an unlucky fellow in Lin Fei's hands. Beigong Wuqing indeed had no confidence in Lin Fei. Even though he was prepared, he still didn't expect Lin Fei to attack without saying a word and lose face in front of everyone. Beigong Wuqing regretted opening his mouth. If he had known earlier, he would have asked someone else to do it. Young Master Lin, what do you mean? Li Yuan had no choice but to stand up. After coming out of the mine, Li Yuan understood that he had fallen into Lin Fei's trap. The top-grade black iron ore must have been stolen, but this brat had arranged for the black troopers to be on guard and mislead them. That was why the current scene happened. Lin Fei laughed. What can I mean? It's just to remind some people that everything has to follow the rules. The item is not in my hands. Do you really think our Lin family is easy to bully? If you have the ability, go find the mastermind. What's the point of acting tough here? In front of everyone, Lin Fei scolded them like this. Li Yuan secretly cursed Beigong Wuqing for being a busybody. Why did he have to be the one to stand up? Now, not only did he not stand up, but he also became a big joke. He deserved it. The word rules. Saying it at this time did have some effect. Everyone was indeed angry. They didn't expect to work for nothing and instead give away 1 million silver. This was really a big loss of face, but they really didn't dare to do anything. Previously, they thought that they would definitely find a clue. Who would have thought that it would be like drawing water with a wicker basket? At this time, they naturally didn't dare to say anything. I know Wuqing's personality. He probably didn't deliberately target you. He just wanted to find a clue. Li Yuan looked at Lin Fei. I think Wuqing must know his mistake and won't question anything anymore. How about giving me face and letting me go? Seeing Li Yuan's expression, Beigong Wuqing knew that he wouldn't be able to gain anything for now. It was better to escape first. Young Master Lin, I was too anxious this time. I shouldn't have gotten angry at you. I admit defeat. Beigong Wuqing really didn't want to lower his head, but the pain from his body made it impossible for him to do so. Lin Fei's kick had scattered Beigong Wuqing's Xian Qi. Without the protection of Xian Qi, Beigong Wuqing shouldn't have suffered. Now that he wanted to escape, he had no choice but to lower his head. He really couldn't bear the pain, and his face was already twisted. Lin Fei let go. You're lucky this time. I don't mind killing you next time. Now scram. Beigong Wuqing was kicked away like a dead dog. The others secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, he really had to lower his head. The important thing was to find a mastermind and find out about the top-grade black iron stone and his subordinates. Chapter 142. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The night was like water. The Lin family's mining area was silent. Other than the flickering lights, everything was as usual. In a small wooden house in the mining area. Third young master, will they really come? Lin Sen asked. His tone was filled with doubt and confusion. They will definitely come. A sharp gaze flashed in the night. The person who answered was Lin Fei. During the day, the forces in the mining area had suffered a setback. They brought their men back reluctantly and left 1,000,000 taels of silver each. It would be strange if they didn't take revenge. More importantly, they were unwilling. Lin Fei was calmer than anyone else. Tonight, he was waiting for the show to start. How are the preparations going? Everything is ready. Lin San gritted his teeth. If they dare to come tonight, we dare to make them stay here. I guarantee they won't be able to return. This is all part of Third Young Master's plan. After witnessing the scene during the day, Lin San didn't dare to object. Lin San didn't have the guts to kill so many scouts in one go. Winning 21,000,000 taels of silver without anyone noticing was also something Lin San couldn't do. Lin San was sincerely convinced. A white light flashed, and the two seemed to disappear. In the forest outside the mining area, streaks of black shadows flashed past like ghosts in the dark night. Follow. Don't fall behind. Tonight, we will massacre the Lin family's mining area. Leave no one alive. We must find the whereabouts of the supreme black iron ore. The two men in black had ferocious eyes and murderous intent. Are you sure Lin Fei is in the mining area? One of them asked. Don't worry, boss. Our men will be watching. If Lin Fei returns to Shatterstone Town, we'll get news. The man in black nodded in satisfaction. The supreme black iron ore is very important to us. Killing Lin Fei is equally important. We can't afford to make any mistakes. Don't worry. I will personally kill Lin Fei. The two nodded and disappeared into the night. Someone was making a move here. There were also movements elsewhere. Brother Yuan, are we going to make a move tonight? On a hillside, Beigong Wuqing's face was full of murderous intent. Li Yuan was dressed in black, his face expressionless. We can't let this drag on any longer. Lin Fei is more powerful than we imagined. Leaving him alive is only a matter of time. Besides, even if we don't make a move tonight, someone else will. This young master will make Lin Fei spit out everything he's eaten. Neither of them could forget what had happened during the day. Shame. Lin Fei must die tonight. Beigong Wuqing sneered. We can play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ah, that's right. Let them fight to the death with the Lin family before we make our move. At that time, we can shift the blame to the other party and let them fight each other. Lin family mining area. A gentle breeze blew past. Two ordinary patrolling guards let out muffled groans and fell to the ground. Countless black shadows emerged from the surroundings of the mining area and sneaked into the mining area. Kill! The man in black made a throat-slitting gesture. In the wooden hut, Lin Fei frowned. A cold light shot out from his eyes. His entire body was like a knife. They're here. Mother asterisk her, they're looking for death. Lin San said angrily. Uncle Lin, we can start according to the plan. Third young master, don't worry. This time, we'll make them go for wool and come home shorn. Our Lin family isn't that easy to bully. I found a top-grade black iron ore. I found a top-grade black iron ore. In the dark night, maniacal laughter echoed in the Lin family mining area for a long time. Motherf asterisk Kerr, get lost. This thing is mine. If you dare to make a move, I'll kill you. The top-grade black iron ore is mine. The commotion in the mining area immediately attracted everyone's attention. During the day, everyone came in a threatening manner but returned in disappointment. They couldn't miss a top-grade black iron ore. No matter what, they had to see it. The people who were hiding heard the commotion in the mining area, especially the news of the top-grade black iron ore. No one could hold back. The top-grade black iron ore was like a magic stone, tempting them. Everyone kill. Snatch the top-grade black iron ore. No matter who it is, kill them all. Whoever snatches the top-grade black iron ore, I'll reward them with 1,000 silvers and a first-rate mysterious technique. The surrounding people all rushed out. They didn't hide anymore. Their target was the top-grade black iron ore. Hence, there were people pouring into the mining area from all directions. After pouring in, they didn't differentiate between you and me. Their blades flashed and swords flashed, creating a bloody disaster. The originally quiet mining area immediately became a battlefield. Killing intent rose, and the smell of blood began to permeate the mining area. The first batch of black-clothed people obviously realized that the situation wasn't right. At this time, the top-grade black iron ore was irresistible to the 5 people. Hence, no one analyzed what had just happened. The killing continued. The corpses on the ground were strewn all over. Fresh blood dyed the rubble red. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Broken arms and legs were everywhere, proving how tragic it was. The top-grade black iron ore isn't here, someone shouted. A metal box entered everyone's vision. This time, everyone started to go crazy. The metal box revealed the tip of the iceberg. However, the black color flashed by, making it extremely eye-catching. Together with the holes on the ground, no one would suspect that it was fake. They had never thought that there would be such a big piece of top-grade black iron ore. Everyone became even more ruthless and unscrupulous. F***ck off, this thing is ours. Kill them all. Following the appearance of the top-grade black iron ore, the killing in the mining area became even more intense and bloody. An hour later, blood flowed like a river in the mining area. There weren't many people left standing. The thick smell of blood permeated the air. Finally, no one is going to snatch it from us. A burly man slashed a person in half. The metal box was only a few steps away from him. He finally revealed an excited smile. With this thing, it was equivalent to having a trump card. Pooh! In the night, a crossbow arrow flew out. A bloody hole appeared on the burly man's body. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would have died without a doubt. Who has it come out? The burly man roared. He held his long blade horizontally and looked around vigilantly. This box, our Li family wants it. If you don't want to die, scram immediately. Li Yuan walked out with a group of people. The burly man was shocked. This thing belongs to our Wang family. Don't go too far. Li Yuan laughed loudly. Wang family is nothing. Today, no one can take this thing away. I'll give you a choice. Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. Hand over the metal box. Beigong Wuqing also walked out. Greed flickered in his eyes. Li Yuan, when did your Li family become so tyrannical? Just as Li Yuan was feeling proud, another group of people came out of the mining area. Hearing this voice, Li Yuan couldn't help but be startled. He frowned and cursed in his heart. Damn, why are they here? Chapter 143. If not for the supreme black iron ore's appearance, Li Yuan would never appear with his men. After all, the supreme black iron ore's importance was unparalleled. He could not afford to lose it. In other words, he could not allow any problems to occur. In the end, Li Yuan underestimated the situation. The Li family could not hold back. So could the Zhang family. Hence, both sides appeared. Why are you here? Li Yuan had arranged for spies to check this area. Only after confirming that there was no one around did he show up from behind the scenes. Zhang Qian smiled. If you can be here, why can't we? You must be wondering why you couldn't find any traces of us after searching this area. Li Yuan was furious. The situation was not good for him to kill his way out of the Zhang family. Zhang Qian was very proud. I forgot to tell you. In order to get the Supreme Black Iron ore, I specially invited a runes master from my family. Thump. Li Yuan had a bad feeling. He vaguely understood what had happened. You're just a runes master. Do you think we will be afraid of you? Of course we are not afraid of a level 1 or 2 runes master, Zhang Qian said. But what about a level 3 runes master? An old man walked out from behind Zhang Qian. He was wrapped in a black robe. His whole body was covered, revealing a cold aura. Hee, I am Sangamo. Am I qualified? A gloomy aura shrouded the sky above the mine. Zhang Qian, how dare you? You even dare to take in a wanted criminal of the Rune Association. Li Yuan's expression changed. He recognized the identity of the person and knew his background. He could not help but reveal a vigilant expression. Sang Mo, a wanted criminal of the Rune Guild. He had once used runes to kill a large number of warriors. His reputation was ruined. He had escaped capture many times. There was no news of him after that. Everyone thought that he had died in the hands of someone else. It turned out that he had been hiding in the Zhang family. The Zhang family was powerful. However, once they went against the Runes Master Guild, they could not resist at all. They had become a thing of the past. Zhang Qian clapped his hands. I have my own plans since I dare to bring my men out. But don't think of leaving here today. Kill. The people behind Zhang Qian rushed into the battlefield. Kill them all. Li Yuan had also brought experts over. Even though he was afraid of the level 3 runes, he was not willing to give up and leave just like that. Especially when he gave up on the juicy meat in his hands. He had to fight for it no matter what. Kill that level 3 runes master first. Don't let him get away. Li Yuan's eyesight was not bad, and he realized how difficult it was to deal with runes masters. The reason why Zhang Qian hadn't been discovered was because he was a level 3 runes master, and he had used his runes to escape their detection. It was most important to kill the runes first. There was no lack of experts around Li Yuan. After all, the mining area needed an expert to oversee it. Young Master Li, don't worry. A dark-faced man walked out from behind Li Yuan. His skin was as black as charcoal, but his strength had reached the 9th layer of the martial Tao. In the wooden hut, Lin Fei used runes to conceal himself, isolating all his aura. They're fighting. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's request, Lin San wouldn't have been able to sit still. I want them to fight. Lin Fei wasn't surprised. Everything was within his expectations. Making use of their greed. Do you know that runes master? There was an additional runes master at the scene, and Lin Fei was more or less interested. Lin San, who was excited, tensed up when he heard about the runes master. Third young master. That runes master is very scary. He's the Rune Guild's wanted criminal, Sang Mo. He's a guy who doesn't shrink from any evil deeds. Many of our Lin family members died in his hands. Wanted criminal. Interesting. Lin Fei pinched his chin. Ever since he became a runes master, Lin Fei had never met a runes master, especially a level 3 runes master. As for level 1 and level 2 runes masters, with his current ability, he didn't care about them at all. After training in the virtual world, Lin Fei was more confident than the average person. If it was someone else who heard about a level 3 runes master, they would either turn pale with fright or run away. They wouldn't stay at the scene. Lin San had seen Lin Fei's methods, but when he thought about how scary a level 3 runes master was, he couldn't help but advise him to prevent any accidents. Third young master. A level 3 runes master is very scary, especially when he's an expert at the 9th level of the martial path. Before Lin San could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Fei. You're worried that I'm not a match for a runes master, right? Lin Fei laughed. Since I dare to dig a hole, I dare to bury them all. Don't you believe in young master's words? Lin San sneaked a glance and realized that his young master was full of confidence. Could it be that young master had this ability? I believe. At the mine, the massacre continued. It was a war between the Li family and the Zhang family. As for the people who died earlier, they had all turned into corpses on the ground. Their blood was mixed with the corpses, becoming a part of them. Pump! Li Yuan and Zhang Qian collided with each other, and a strong gust of wind blew out. The surrounding rocks were instantly turned into dust by the wind. Both of them were at the 8th level of the martial path, one of the young experts of Gue Yuan City. Both of them couldn't do anything to each other. Zhang Qian, your blazing palm is only SOSO. Li Yuan stood proudly. Your heaven-breaking fist can't even block my blazing palm. Zhang Qian's clothes were a little messy, showing his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be one of the 4 young masters. Both of them were about to attack again. The situation changed. Scram! It turned out that the outcome of the battle between the experts at the 9th level of the martial path had been decided. The expert arranged by Li Yuan had just come out of the ice. Following that, Sang Mo's runes technique was used, and the black-faced man was sent flying like a broken kite. Young Master Zhang, I've helped you settle the matter, Sang Mo said calmly, as if he had done something insignificant. However, when his eyes fell on the black iron rock, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Thank you, Master Sang, for your help. Zhang Qian's face was filled with joy. The 9th level of the martial path was defeated just like that. Young Master, I'm not his match. The black-faced man was helped up by someone. He vomited blood and felt ashamed. At the same time, he was fearful of Sang Mo. That rune's division is very powerful. Let's leave quickly. Li Yuan's face was ugly. The situation was more dangerous than he had imagined. He finally understood how terrifying the rune's division was. Retreat. Since the experts around him were all injured, Li Yuan naturally wouldn't stay, especially when he knew the big secret. Seeing that they were about to leave, Zhang Qian naturally refused. In order to fight for the Black Iron Rock, Zhang Qian had brought the rune's division. How could he let them leave? If the news got out, the Zhang family would be the first to suffer. Sang Mo's eyes were cold. Young Master Zhang, don't worry. No one has ever escaped from me. Howling cold wind. A piece of rune's division flew out. With a flash of white light, it turned into a black tornado. The tornado howled towards the crowd. As the tornado flew, the people in its path were all sucked into it. The cold wind landed on their bodies like blades. It was like minced meat, turning them into a rain of blood. Under the methods of the rune's division, the crowd witnessed how terrifying it was. Once those people were sucked into the tornado, the cold wind sliced them like blades. Even an earth energy expert would be cut by the cold wind if they were caught in it. Li Yuan's subordinates were sucked in and instantly turned into piles of bones. Such a cruel method made everyone retreat subconsciously. They couldn't imagine that the magical powers of the rune's division could kill people so easily. Zhang Qian, you'll die a horrible death. Our Li family will not let you off. Li Yuan roared. I surrender. Don't kill me. Beigong Wuqing was so scared that his face was pale and his legs were trembling. Against the magical powers of the rune's division, they really couldn't block it. Just as he finished speaking, the whistling tornado swept them into it. Miserable cries echoed in the sky. Li Yuan and Beigong Wuqing were killed by the magical powers of the rune's division, leaving behind a pile of bones. Zhang Qian was very happy to have eliminated a great enemy. However, this happiness only lasted for a moment. Young Master Zhang, good move. You killed Li Yuan and Beigong Wuqing. I'm afraid Gue Yuan City will have to respect you from now on. Chapter 144. P.S. Thank you to Emu for the 100 cheating coins tip. My recommendation tickets are bleak. Please give me the last recommendation ticket for 2012. It's you, Zhang Qian, who was in a state of excitement, looked at Lin Fei, who walked out of the wooden house with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The massacre in the mine lasted for more than 2 hours. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be anyone at the scene. However, there was someone, and it was one of the Zhang family's biggest enemies. Apart from that, Zhang Qian was the first to think that something was wrong. Before they appeared, they had also investigated the area, just like Li Yuan and the others. They only came out after confirming that there was no danger. More importantly, Zhang Qian had invited a runes master, a level 3 runes master, so he had confidence. When Lin Fei appeared, he still felt a lot of pressure. Zhang Qian didn't take this pressure to heart. Why can't I? Lin Fei smiled. This is my territory. Haven't you heard of the saying, I call the shots in my territory? Choosing to appear at this time was undoubtedly the same as pulling in the net. A group of figures appeared around the mine. They were holding crossbows, and the cold light of the crossbows flashed as they aimed at the people in the mine. In order to ambush these people, Lin Fei spent a lot of effort. If he wasn't a runes master and trained in the virtual world, it would be impossible for him to complete this series of actions. Lin Fei was very excited to take care of a big fish tonight. Sang Mo, a level 3 runes master, was a big fish. Runes masters were rare, and a level 3 runes master was considered a top figure in Gue Yuan City. Lin Fei believed that if a level 3 runes master was killed, it would be a big blow to the Zhang family. It was equivalent to losing a right-hand man. Of course, the appearance of a level 3 runes master tonight was indeed out of Lin Fei's expectations. The Zhang family was more powerful than he thought. Zhang Qian looked around with a smile on his face. It's been 5 years since we last met. Third young master's skills have improved a lot. Unknowingly, you set up a trap so that we can both benefit from it. Unfortunately, you didn't expect that our Zhang family would invite a runes master, did you? The final winner will still be our Zhang clan, and your Lin family will bear the infamy of slaughtering the Li clan's northern court disciples. With a level 3 runes master present, Zhang Qian was very confident. The crossbows were powerful, but with runes on the scene, there was nothing to be afraid of. The importance of a runes master was clearly different. Really? Lin Fei laughed, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Idiot, you are the #1 idiot in the world. Aren't you surprised that the Lin family has been in business for so long, but only today did news of a top-quality material come out? No, that wasn't right. Zhang Qian raised his eyebrows. What are you trying to say? A bad feeling emerged from his heart. You really are an idiot. My young master said it so clearly. Don't you know that our Lin family didn't dig out any top-quality material? Lin San laughed out loud, looking down on the other party. Ever since the Lin family's power declined, the competition for the mine was cruel. As the person in charge of the mine, Lin San didn't have a good time. He had been holding it in. Now that he had a place to vent his anger, he naturally didn't hold back. Thump, thump, thump. Zhang Qian took 3 steps back and said angrily, Impossible, you are lying. After the excitement, the pain was not something that anyone could bear. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, Zhang Qian invited Demon Sang, offended the Li and Beigong families, and killed them all. His goal was to get the top-quality material. But now, in other words, the top-quality material didn't exist in the first place. Zhang Qian suddenly felt like the sky was falling down. He panicked. It was no different from being slapped in the face, and it was extremely loud. 2 sword lights flashed, and the metal box was split into 2. It's fake. This isn't top-quality black iron ore. It's fake. We were fooled. Many of the people Zhang Qian brought were in charge of the mine. They immediately recognized that the stone in the metal box was not top-quality black iron ore. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They were fooled. It was all for nothing. Zhang Qian's face was pale. If it weren't for the existence of the top-quality material, he wouldn't have been so ruthless. He even wanted to frame the Lin family and shift the blame. But now, everything was for nothing. The Lin family didn't have any top-quality material at all. The ancient saying goes, a scholar who's been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. I admit that I made a mistake this time. Zhang Qian tried his best to calm himself down. He stared at Lin Fei with a venomous gaze. However, your biggest mistake shouldn't be left here. Lin Fei saw Zhang Qian's expression from beginning to end, and he felt very happy. You mess with my Lin family. Now you feel good. Although he didn't have any feelings for the Lin family, his identity made it impossible for him to abandon the Lin family. Therefore, Lin Fei wouldn't let go of anyone who went against the Lin family. Only by solving the problem in Gue Yuan City could he cultivate in peace and not be affected by other things. Haha, your plan is to keep us here. Lin Fei said. Using the Lin family as a scapegoat is a good idea. Unfortunately, you used it in the wrong place. Zhang Qian laughed sinisterly. That might not be the case. Kill them all. Zhang Qian was very angry. He knew that if today's matter spread, it would have a great impact. The only way was to kill everyone in the mine and not let any information leak. At that time, the Lin family would go down in history in infamy. They would be destroyed without the need for the Zhang family to do anything. At the order, the Zhang family immediately brandished their swords and attacked. Kill! The Zhang family had just moved. In the dark night, countless crossbow arrows covered the sky and covered the earth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Martial artists were powerful, and crossbows were still the most commonly used weapon in the family army. Crossbows were intensive attacks. They specialized in breaking through xianqi protection and gangqi protection. Of course, the latter required special crossbow arrows. Usually, families used xian piercing arrows. Xian piercing arrows could break through xianqi protection and did not have much effect on gangqi experts. However, gangqi experts could not withstand the overwhelming crossbow arrows. They consumed too much xianqi. As the crossbows attacked, many of Zhang Qian's men died. No matter how powerful xianqi protection was, they were shot like hedgehogs by hundreds and thousands of crossbow arrows. One was a long-range attack, while the other was a close-range attack. The results were immediately clear. In a short while, Zhang Qian's men suffered heavy losses. After all, Zhang Qian's men could not reach the level of gangqi protection. Even he was not comfortable facing so many crossbow arrows, especially xian piercing arrows. Grandmaster Sang, we need you to do this, Zhang Qian said to Sang Imo after knocking away the crossbow arrows. In fact, Zhang Qian did not expect Lin Fei's plan to be so meticulous. He was not prepared to use crossbows to attack them in a large area. Looking at his men dying, Zhang Qian knew that he had suffered a double loss tonight. He did not know how to explain this to his family. The only thing he could do now was to kill them all. However, the crossbowmen Lin Fei deployed were very difficult to deal with. If they were not dealt with first, there would be endless trouble in the future. Chapter 145. Sang Imo was indeed furious. As a runes master, he was deceived by a good-for-nothing disciple. That disciple even dared to kill someone in front of him. This was unforgivable. Even if Zhang Qian didn't say anything, Sang Imo would have done something for the Zhang family. Sang Imo was able to escape from the Rune Guild with the help of the Zhang family. If not for the Zhang family, he would have died in the hands of the Rune Guild. It definitely had to help him with this. Level 3 runes masters couldn't draw talismans in the air. Normally, only level 5 runes masters could draw talismans in the air. However, not all level 5 runes masters could do it. Drawing talismans in the air had become a secret skill. Level 5 runes masters and below usually used runes to injure others. They weren't fighting with runes, but with silver. Lots and lots of silver. Normally, runes masters rarely made a move. At least before they mastered the use of soul, they wouldn't make a move unless it was absolutely beneficial. Who would be willing to burn money? Sang Imo slapped his pocket and a runes appeared in his hand. With a cold gaze, he threw the runes at them. Frost arrow. Be careful. This is the sacred art of runes. After the runes were torn apart, a cold aura whizzed past. Within a large area, frost arrows shot towards him like white dots. The frost arrows covered the entire area. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The crossbow and frost arrows collided. Even so, some frost arrows still hit the black troopers. Fortunately, the black troopers had armor that blocked some of the attacks. Under the cover of the frost arrows, they lost some of their combat abilities. The frost arrows were terrifying. This was why runes masters were so terrifying. Your armor is not bad. Against my frost arrows, all of you will die. Sang Imo sneered as if he could see them dying under the frost arrows. He was an offensive type of runes master. Frost arrows were his attack method. Boom, boom, boom. Just when Sang Imo thought that his sacred art of runes would kill them all, suddenly, a blazing fireball came like a meteor shower. Water and fire do not get along. Frost arrow was a variation of water. Fireballs were a type of pure fire. The frost arrows faced the countless fireballs, and many of them immediately evaporated, turning into water droplets that fell to the ground. In an instant, the fireball suppressed the frost arrow. Rune's master. Sang Mo's eyelids twitched. He looked around, trying to find a rune's master. Of course, he was shocked. To be able to break his frost arrow, it had to be a level 3 runes. Who is it? Come out. Zhang Qian's face was gloomy. He did not expect a rune's master to appear, and it might even be a level 3 rune's master. That was the most unbearable part. Rune's masters must die. Zhang Qian was very confident in Master Sang Mo's ability. Right now, he had to figure out one thing first. Where's the rune's master? In this short period of time, most of the ice arrows had been destroyed. There's no need to look. The rune's master you're looking for is me. Lin Fei walked out from the dark. If not for the rune's master, Lin Fei would not have come out. You're a rune's master? Zhang Qian jumped up, doubting the validity of Lin Fei's words. In fact, Lin Fei was too young. He did not look like a rune's master at all. After all, becoming a rune's master required a certain level of talent. Could Lin Fei be a rune's master? Zhang Qian believed that the sun came from the west, and he did not believe that a playboy like Lin Fei could become a rune's master. Even he himself could not become a rune's master. Based on this, one could tell that Lin Fei was a rune's master. Lin Fei laughed. Ask him then. Of course, he was referring to Sang Mo. Hee, I hate the rune guild the most. It's been a long time since I killed a rune's master. Sang Mo licked his lips and stared at Lin Fei with glowing eyes. He admitted to what he said earlier. Today, I'll start with you. Come at me if you can. Lin Fei turned around and pointed his middle finger at Sang Mo. Then, he ran towards a remote area. Although Zhang Qian did not understand what Sang Mo meant, he knew that it was not a good move. You're courting death. Sang Mo quickly chased after Lin Fei. T. Zhang Qian was about to say something when Sang Mo disappeared from his sight. What he wanted to say was that it was a diversion. Unfortunately, he did not manage to say it. In the dark night, arrows were shot again. Zhang Qian realized that the situation was not right. Without the help of a rune's master, their combat ability against arrows was suppressed. He finally understood why Lin Fei had appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Qian hated Lin Fei to the core. However, it was useless. At the same time, a dangerous aura locked onto him. Broken arrow. At the edge of the mining area, in the sandy area. Brat, why aren't you running? Sang Mo caught up and saw the brat standing there motionless. Sang Mo thought that Wang Xian wanted to fight him. In fact, as a level 3 runes master, Sang Mo was superior in both runes and martial arts. Killing an insignificant rune master was not worth mentioning. Why should I run? Lin Fei raised his head with a gleam of pride in his eyes. Hee, have you chosen how you want to die? Sang Mo was not in a hurry to attack. Judging from Wang Xian's spiritual aura, Wang Xian was only a level 2 runes master. He was no match for Sang Mo. Lin Fei shook his head and said seriously, You are mistaken. It should be your choice. Why didn't you choose to die? Was it an instant kill? Or would you be tortured to death? In my opinion, it would be best to kill you in an instant. A level 2 runes master could kill a level 3 runes master in an instant. Sang Mo, the wanted criminal of the Rune Guild, almost burst out laughing. No one had ever dared to say that in front of him. You want to kill me in an instant? Lin Fei nodded. If everything goes according to plan, I should be able to kill you in an instant. Sang Mo threw his head back and laughed. Ha, you are talking big. I shall kill you in an instant then. Frost arrow. Sang Mo's movement technique was very fast. With a wave of his hand, the frost talisman was cast. The frost arrow was like an inescapable net, surrounding Lin Fei tightly. Anyone at such a close distance would be killed in an instant. Sang Mo was indeed capable. The frost talisman is quite powerful. It's a pity that the refining process is too complicated. It's not as powerful as it should be. Lin Fei did not dodge. Earth shield. In an instant, a 10 feet tall brown earth wall appeared in front of Lin Fei, blocking the attack. Sangamo was stunned. The frost talisman was useless? This was just a thought. The earth's shield broke suddenly. Lin Fei came out with a smile on his face. The frost talisman is only SOSO. You could die now. In Sang Mo's eyes, a large runes appeared in Lin Fei's hands. His eyes widened and a sense of danger rose in his heart. Fire talisman, frost talisman, gravity talisman, boulder talisman. All sorts of attacks rained down like a meteor shower. Sangamo was still in shock. He hurriedly threw out his runes and erected a shield. However, the shield of the runes shattered under the barrage of runes. Immediately, it was engulfed by the mystique of the runes. Oh, I can't accept this. I can't accept this.